Alright, I'm live. This is day number 33. 33 days. That's crazy. But what I'm building? As always, the typical question, what I'm building? I'm building a coding school. And the coding school looks like this. Yep. You can go here, you can connect with your org, and you can go to modules, and we finished all the modules. So here you can go to the variables and learn about variables and so on. And like this, you can go through a lot of topics. Now, the catch behind this coding school is that this coding school doesn't exist for the Salesforce community. Those things, they do exist for anything else, like Java, Python, JavaScript, but not for the Salesforce community. And I'm gonna build the first platform like this. That's the catch. That's the whole catch. Now, we kind of started with preparing marketing for the launch. And turns out, first, I cannot accept money in any way at all. Not Lemon Squeezy, not Stripe, not Gumroad, not PayPal, nothing, until I get my visa. And I'm really glad that this is on recording, because this is something that people have to live through. Like, this is reality of the business. Nothing can go as smooth as you want. Everything, at some point, gonna just be so messed up, so fucked up. It's not gonna work. You'll find yourself in a situation where you can't do anything, and that's normal. That's business. That's something that makes you more resilient. That's something that makes you just better at business. And yeah, so for now I'm waiting for the visa, and while I'm waiting, we still have a lot of stuff to do. We still need to prepare all the marketing. But now, because of this basically hiccup, I don't know how to say it, like this German government that don't wanna give me visa. I mean, so here's the thing: they're gonna give me visa. That's sure. Because I've been in Germany for the last 6 years. I speak German. I finished German university. I've worked in Germany. They gonna give me the visa, but we just need to wait a little bit. Maybe it's gonna be 1 month. Maybe it's gonna be 3 months. I don't know. Definitely not more. So while I'm waiting for that, I will prepare all the marketing. And the catch is that instead of launching the platform, I'm gonna launch my main business. I'm gonna launch my cohort course business. And currently we are preparing all the marketing for that. So I basically want to prepare the marketing to the way where I'm gonna click on the button and the launch gonna happen. That's the way of that's how prepared should be the marketing when I get my visa. But I want to start with something fun. There was a Salesforce ban video that I want to watch, because it's basically about what I'm doing. Ultimate guide. Keep going, bro. What do you think of sites like Udemy with launching your own platform? Well, if you compete with Udemy, you have wrong business model. You can't compete with Udemy. You need to find something else. You can launch a course on the Udemy. That's one thing, but yeah, you cannot compete with Udemy. So here's the ultimate guide to become a Salesforce influencer and MVP. I don't like word influencer. I know. This is a word that people use, but if I say I'm LinkedIn influencer, I'm like, ugh. No, I don't know. I just write on LinkedIn. I'm content creator. This is a better word. I create content. This is a big part of my life. Basically, 2 days out of 7 days in a week I spent with creating content. If you don't count this YouTube channel. If you count this YouTube channel, even more, right? So I am kind of a content creator, kind of. So I wouldn't call myself an influencer. I don't think I influence that much in the Salesforce ecosystem. But Salesforce Ben is a big figure here, and I want to see what he thinks. Let's see how to become MVP. So for those who don't know, MVP in Salesforce, maybe he will explain. Let's see if he will explain. If he will explain, then I don't need to explain.
The Salesforce ecosystem is one of the best communities I've ever come across in the world of business.
Me too.
Salesforce and its CEO and founder Mark Benioff has done a fantastic job of fostering a supportive, welcoming and diverse community built around its products. At the heart of the community are certain individuals who act as role models and hold core values of creating content in various formats, whether this be on LinkedIn, on a blog post, or in person at a community user group. In this article, we'll explore why these roles are important and what you can do to become a pillar of the Salesforce community in the form of an MVP or
Is Ben just reading the text? Because in this article, like, what the hell? It's not an article, it's a video.
a Salesforce influencer. First up, for those that are wondering, let's quickly define what the Salesforce community is. In my humble opinion, the Salesforce community is mostly made up of individuals who do not work for Salesforce. They work for end users, ISVs, Salesforce consultancies, non-for-profits, or perhaps they work as a freelancer. In other words, they are mostly in the weeds, working as a technical Salesforce professional, or perhaps in other go-to-market or support roles. Salesforce, its founders, and the community team who work for Salesforce have fostered this community, providing various mediums for people in the Salesforce ecosystem to connect with one another. These include the online Trailblazer community, in-person Trailblazer community groups, as well as the Salesforce MVP program to reward those who have made an outstanding contribution to the community. Since Salesforce started these community initiatives, the Salesforce ecosystem has kind of taken on a life of its own. A great example of this is community events such as Midwest Dreaming, the first of which was organized by Eric Dreschfield in 2011. There are now over 30 large-scale community events around the world, such as Cactus Force, Japan Dreaming, French Touch Dreaming, and London's Calling. But in 2024, and particularly over the last few years, the Salesforce community is taking on new forms as the world of digital media evolves. For example, here at Salesforce Ben, we're lucky enough to have over 1 million visits a month to our site and see ourselves as the go-to media platform for those wanting to stay abreast of everything going on in the Salesforce ecosystem. You also have an increasing number of influencers or creators on LinkedIn, YouTube, TikTok, and their own websites. These creators are increasingly focusing
TikTok? I need to know people on TikTok. I want to see them. Is there a list or something?
on niches within the Salesforce community, such as flows and Salesforce DevOps. This creator space is becoming really interesting, and it's something I see growing exponentially over the next few years. As Salesforce grows with more people entering the ecosystem, there becomes an ever-growing need for new creators to step up and focus in on the niche such as Marketing Cloud, MuleSoft, Salesforce Project Management, and many other areas. So could this be the year that you begin your creator journey? I'm going to dive into some of the differences between the classic MVP route and the more modern creator route. But if you already know this is something you want to embark on, here at Salesforce Ben, we have just launched a creator program, helping the next generation of influencers learn about content creation, as well as getting you connected to brands who can help fund your endeavors in the ecosystem. You can find out more at salesforceben.com/creators.
I applied for this one. I haven't heard back though. But where is that? Salesforce Ben creators, right? Your guide to become, okay, creators. Creator program. Yeah, well, I am so into it. Like, I'm so into content creation. I would love to be a part of something like this. I don't know. Like, is it gonna be a community? I think we do need kind of a community of people who are producing content for Salesforce ecosystem. We don't have such a community. I think we do need such a community. Like, there are not that many. I think there are less than 30 people that I would consider creating content, and less than 5 that do it, I would say, like, professionally, that do it as a like me, for example. If I like, it's kind of my job. Like, I love doing that. I don't create anything where I'm forced to create it, but I also kind of have to create in a lot of cases, because if I stop creating in 6 months, everyone's gonna forget me and I'm gonna end up broke and without no food on the table. So I kind of have to create it. And I would say there's Jordan. Who else? Who else like this? Jordan. I would say Warren. To some extent, he doesn't really create that much, but not that many. Like, if I think about it, like, there are not that many people. I would love to create. I wanted to create such a community for people But if Salesforce Ben is doing that, I'm so much on board. I'm so much on board with Ben. I want to help Ben with this. Like, we need more content creators in the Salesforce ecosystem, because we are maturing as an ecosystem. We need more people creating good content, especially on LinkedIn and on YouTube. Let's see. But I haven't heard back about this program though. I'm not sure. They probably still preparing it or something. I'm not sure what's going on there.
So what exactly is the difference between an MVP and an influencer? Let's start with a Salesforce MVP, as this is perhaps easier to define. The Salesforce MVP program began in 2010 to annually showcase and celebrate individuals who demonstrate exceptional leadership qualities in the community. Many other technology ecosystems have similar programs, such as Microsoft creating an MVP program and Tableau with their ambassador program. So how do you become an MVP? Well, it's not easy. You need to get through 3 rounds of voting by 3 distinct groups of people. First up, there is a round of nominations by the Salesforce community. Anyone can vote for you, and you can also self-nominate to get yourself considered. Secondly, Salesforce MVPs will provide feedback on these nominations, but strictly only for people that they know. Of course, logically, MVPs cannot provide feedback for people that they do not know. Lastly, the Salesforce community team will ultimately choose who is successful in this annual voting process. Typically, there are hundreds of people voted into MVP process, and only a handful make it through each year. In addition to the fact you'll also be up against hundreds of others with significant contributions to the ecosystem, you also need to be well known by the Salesforce community, other MVPs, as well as Salesforce themselves. If one of these groups does not know you, it will be hard to get through all of the stages. For many people in the Salesforce ecosystem, becoming an MVP is an ultimate career goal. But if you were to ask a Salesforce MVP the best way to become one, they would probably answer, don't try and become an MVP. Although this might sound a bit weird, the reasoning behind it is that you shouldn't try and become an MVP in some artificial way. You should give back to the Salesforce community out of the goodness of your own heart, and if your journey of giving back leads you to become an MVP, then fantastic. If not, then it shouldn't really matter, as you've still done so much good for the community. Now we've covered Salesforce MVPs, what exactly is a Salesforce influencer?
Before we go to the influencers, I wanna say a few words about Salesforce MVP. So Salesforce MVP is very weird. Salesforce MVP, because if you look at people, so where's the meet the new MVPs? There's somewhere a list of all the MVPs. Okay, so a lot of these people we know a lot of. Hi, Sofu. Like, we know a lot of these people, right? But also a lot of these people we don't know. Meet our renewed MVPs, browse Salesforce MVP directory. Like, a lot of the people here. So first, there are a ton of Salesforce MVPs, and this is the problem. Like, the Salesforce MVP, it's supposed to be. I think some people getting Salesforce MVP who are. I don't even know what they do. Like, I don't even know what they've done for the Salesforce community. That's the thing. Where's the meet them? Meet them. So how many in total? How many in total? Show more. Okay, let's search for Rebecca. Like, the problem with MVPs is that they are often nominated because they have involvement in local communities, not because they have some kind of like global known, not because they're globally known, because they have done something for a very local community. Like, for example, developing a community in France or something like this, or developing community somewhere, which is totally fair that they get it. But like, MVP is somehow presented as another thing. Like, MVP is presented as something where you've done something really awesome for the whole community, but it is actually not usually the case. I don't want to point the fingers into people, but I don't think that Salesforce MVP program is working as it should work. Like, there are some people who totally deserve getting MVP, and there are some people who I've never heard about it, and I have really hard times understanding why. But that's fine. I mean, that's fine. Gemma, unfortunately, she passed away. She had such a big influence on me. Like that broke my heart when I heard about that. Like she had such a big influence on me. I listened to podcasts with her, and basically, I I basically started a business because of her. Like it hurts me to see that. Yeah, but there are a lot of people, and like I've never heard about them. There are so many people because at some point, so I had an idea to have interview with every single MVP. But then I realized if I do it, I'm gonna need basically a couple of years to finish all the MVPs. So yeah, and there are also a lot of people who are not with the MVP, don't have this MVP badge, but are really have done really awesome stuff for the community. Um, the the founder of Blue Road Academy. Blue Road Academy. I'm not sure if he has MVP or maybe he just got an MVP or something. But where's the people who are working there? Where's the founder? Show me the founder. Does he already have the MVP? I hope he has. I hope he already has the MVP. Okay, for some reason. Gasper, right? He changed the photo. I cannot recognize him. Yeah, Salesforce MVP. Oh, okay, nice. So he got it. He got it. But there are a few more people who I wouldn't like, who I think they deserve a lot, but they are not MVP. Wait, is Matt Gary is he MVP? I'm not sure. Is he MVP? Yeah, so those things, like when you're not sure, like this Matt Gary is one of the most influential person for the Salesforce programming community, and you're not even sure if he is MVP. Like, yeah. Luke, for example, is Luke MVP? I don't know. Maybe they just don't put it, but Luke, Don Robbins, those people, they are so influential for the Salesforce community, and I'm not sure if they got MVP. Maybe they did. Maybe I just don't know about that. But the point is that MVP doesn't. I don't see like a. I don't see a very defined criteria how like why certain people are MVPs and certain people are not. That's strange.
Well, Merriam-Webster defines an influencer as one who exerts influence, a person who inspires or guides the actions of others. I would say this definition fits perfectly for those in the ecosystem. The Salesforce influencer generation mainly consists of those who have a large following on social media, who create content in various forms, and who help guide or mentor their following in specific Salesforce niches. Whilst the Salesforce MVP program has been around since 2010, and you could probably call these individuals the original Salesforce influencers, I would say the modern creator economy has only really taken off in the past 4 years or so in Salesforce. There has also been a huge increase in Salesforce creators on LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, and those who have their own blogs. So why is this? I would say this is purely down to demand and the way people enjoy consuming media in the modern era. If I time travel back to March 2014 when I founded Salesforce Ben, there were very limited Salesforce resources. You had official Salesforce documentation and a handful of blogs. But this changed pretty dramatically in 2014 when Salesforce launched Trailhead. But there was still a huge amount of potential for other creators to fill gaps. For example, while Salesforce has created a lot of resources for Flow, especially since retiring workflow rules and process builder, there is still a huge demand for tips to initially learn Flow and also to help advance knowledge. This is why creators such as Stephen Church, Tim Combridge, and Stephen Trumbull have over 30,000 followers combined. The same can be said for the Salesforce DevOps space with thought leaders such as Andrew Davis, Vernon Keenan, and Pablo Gonzalez. Before I jump into our final section on how to become a Salesforce influencer, as well as a few tips to help you get there, I want to address the elephant in the room. Are influencers controversial, and is the word a bit dirty? In a poll I conducted on LinkedIn, I was interested in hearing whether people had considered becoming an influencer due to the demand in this space. Although I definitely wasn't surprised at the amount of hell no's, because there's always going to be a large subset of people who would rather not share anything online, and that is completely fine. I was surprised to see the amount of people who had thought about it, but the consensus was clear from the comments that people dislike the word influencer. It conjures up images of scammers, TikTok dancers getting in the way of the public, and people creating shallow content just to get likes and sell courses. Although influencer is an industry term, I can definitely relate to this feedback, which is why we've chosen to call our new program the Creator Program. Although the images that this word conjures up sit mostly outside of the world of Salesforce, some in the Salesforce ecosystem generally dislike Salesforce influencers, seeing them as being disingenuous and fishing for likes. I can relate to this, and I think there's always going to be some bad eggs in any industry. When people see opportunities to build a following and make some money, there are always going to be those who want to take shortcuts to get there. However, overall, I think the influencer and creator space in the Salesforce ecosystem is amazing, and it's ultimately helping thousands of people with questions and content every single day. Unlike the advice to become a Salesforce MVP, which in general is you shouldn't, I would actively encourage anyone who wants to help others to become a Salesforce creator. You might see the word influencer and immediately think, yeah, becoming an influencer sounds great and I can make a bit of money on the side. Whilst this is true, it shouldn't be your motivation for building a following. Those that are in it for the money will quickly be weeded out by the Salesforce community. There are plenty of people that I know who now make full-time livings out of Salesforce content, but they spent years building up a genuine following before they even considered doing this. In our creator program, we're going to be helping those with advice for creating content. And to give you a flavor of what's going to be in it, this would be my advice to start becoming a creator. Firstly, you need to pick a platform. In the 21st century, we are blessed with many forms of content mediums beyond TV, radio, and print, including short form and full-length videos, LinkedIn statuses, images, live streaming, podcasts, and course creation. Becoming an influencer is all based around content, and you must pick a medium or maybe a couple that you are passionate about and have an interest in. Secondly, you need to pick a niche within sales.
Well, on it, I think that you should, if you're just starting out, you should just pick only one platform. Don't try to do multiple platforms. Like, it's hard enough to become good at one platform or at one medium or at one thing. Like, if you're starting with podcast, just stick to podcast for a year or something and get good in those things. Don't try to start a podcast and writing on LinkedIn and doing TikToks. That's not gonna work, especially if you're not doing it full time. Because one of the biggest misconceptions I see in people is that when they start creating content, they underestimate the amount of time it's gonna take them to produce a really high quality content. It takes insane amount of time to come up with something really good that people gonna like. Like, you can just throw away very quick a LinkedIn post. It's gonna be shitty and no one gonna enjoy it. Like, what's the point? Rather, instead of doing that, like, go and take 6 hours, 8 hours, 20 hours, as much as you need to make an awesome piece of content. Like, as good as you can, and then produce the best post you can, then wait for one day, and then try to make it even better. Then wait for one day and try to make it even better, and then post. Like this. So sometimes I create my posts over like 3 days. Sometimes I spend 10 hours creating just one post. Sometimes even like I have posts where I spend like 20 hours creating. It's just insane amount of time that you need. And if you're gonna try to do multiple platforms, it's not gonna work. You will just run out of the time. If you just try to post on LinkedIn, that's gonna be hard enough if you have a full-time job. That's gonna already consume all your free time, and that's it.
Salesforce. As the platform grows, there becomes even more niche communities within the larger Salesforce community. I provided some examples of these above, such as flows and DevOps, but there'll be many more around, such as role-based niches, such as marketing or developer, product-based, such as Tableau or Pardot, and feature-based, such as Omni Studio or reporting. Next, you need to stand out. Let's say you're a flow wizard and want to start building a following around learning flow for entry-level admins. This sounds like a pretty good niche, but there are already 20 plus large flow influencers I can think of, including some of them mentioned above.
Really?
This doesn't mean it's a no-go, but you'll be facing an uphill battle if you are doing something very similar to the other flow influencers out there. Whilst it's a challenge to start doing things differently, this is exactly how you find your niche. If you want a bit of advice, Miss XL has built up an empire of 2 million in annual revenue and millions of online followers for TikTok and Instagram. for posting her short form videos. With these platforms becoming the default way many Gen Zs receive their news and information, this would probably be a good bet in 2024. My penultimate bit of advice, and something I think is vital for any creator, is to become incredible at storytelling. Storytelling is the crux of what content is. You need your videos, courses, or blogs to be highly engaging and interesting. Storytelling isn't exactly easy to learn and is a skill you build up over time, but my advice would be to plan out every piece of content you want to create in advance. What topics do you want to cover? Are you introducing a concept first without providing context? Are you using too many words to describe a concept? Are you waffling? Was that paragraph or word even necessary? Who am I creating this piece of content for? Is there even an audience out there for this? You need to be highly critical of your content to ensure it lives up to your audience's expectations, which in the world of 2024 and in the age of the creator is going to be pretty high. Finally, you just have to start. Starting is the hardest part, and it's often the stage that people have the most anxiety over. I can remember my time when I first introduced my LinkedIn network to my blog back in 2014, and all sorts of things were running through my head. What if people laugh? Are people going to comment horrible things on the status and embarrass me? All of these anxieties are illogical, especially in the Salesforce community where the vast majority of people are encouraging and supportive. And you know what? Let's say you make a major embarrassing typo and someone points it out in the comments. You can easily edit your status and thank the person in the comments, or delete the status, post it again and thank the person over a DM. You also might think that you have no idea how to create content. Well, most people don't, including myself when I first started out. I would guess the vast majority of influencers in the world of fitness, food, and travel had no idea how to create content when they first started. This is exactly how you get better and you start. You evaluate your work and you improve one video or status at a time. I'm hoping you can see a bit of a difference between one of our first YouTube videos in 2020 versus this video. The way the world consumes media is changing more rapidly than at any point previously. Even in the last 10 years, we have gone from blogs to YouTube to podcasts to short-form videos as our preferred mediums. Some believe that creator-led brands are the future of media, and that people would much rather connect with an individual they trust as opposed to a faceless corporation. This is something that I see every day, and I think the media trends in the Salesforce ecosystem are no different. I hope this video was helpful, and if you're interested in becoming a Salesforce creator, make sure to check out and sign up to our new creator program at salesforceben.com/creator.
That was an awesome video. So I disagree though with few things. I mean that's like everyone is doing content how they want. Like there's no strict system how you should do it. I don't plan any of my content at all. Like sometimes I wake up, I usually post on Tuesday and Thursday, and sometimes on Monday. I just wake up and I'm like, okay, what do I want to write about today? And I just write about it or create a post. Like, and I got like I've been doing it more than a year on LinkedIn, so I got much better in this, and I can write a good post now so much quicker than before. So this is something that I disagree. But in general, really good video, Ben. Like really good video. I think LinkedIn status. I'm not really sure. What is LinkedIn status though? LinkedIn status? Create a post. Like it's LinkedIn post, isn't it? LinkedIn post. Yeah, this thing, like, was this paragraph or word even necessary? Like, I spent so much time stripping down everything that I have. I write everything that goes into my head, and then I cut everything basically in half, because the amount of editing you need to come up with really good copywriting is a lot. I've taken few copywriting courses, and yeah, but it's very worth it. If you wanna start with any type of content creation, I would recommend go and learn copywriting to some degree. There's really good course on it. I didn't take it, but I heard I wanna take it. Maybe it's called Copy That. This one. I heard really good stuff about it, and it's from one of my favorite copywriters that I really like. He has built like a million, business worth of millions based on just copywriting. I'm gonna take it. At some point when I have a little bit more time. But yeah, nice video. Nice video. I think we do need more people. Like the content, if you go and really search for good content on LinkedIn, it's not much. On YouTube is more, but LinkedIn is very, very, very not much. This is why this is such a huge opportunity for people. It's you know it's not. If you create a content, you will benefit only to some degree as an individual. But if you're a business owner and you're gonna create a content, that can be completely the game changer for your business. You can, like, there is basically, if you now go and will create really quality content about business, about Salesforce, about like whatever you do as an owner of a business, of a consultancy, for example, you would be so good. Like, there is literally no one doing this on Salesforce. If you really put time into content creation, you can skyrocket so much. There's zero competition. People are hungry for a good content. We do need more good content. Like, there are a few guys who I really wish they would create. I think it's this one. Yeah, I think Nazar Mikitin. Yeah. So he's a CEO of RedTech. RedTech is a very successful consultancy company. So RedTech is a very successful consultancy company in Ukraine. He's from Ukraine, but I mean, if you're in Ukraine, you have most of your business from Europe or US. And he doesn't really produce that much of own content, right? If he would start, he would become very quick. If the content were good, he would become very quick one of the top content creators in the Salesforce ecosystem. And I'm sure it's gonna do great for the business. Definitely would be doing great for the business. Yeah, so there are a lot of people who I wish they were creating more content, but they don't. And I mean, I can totally understand that he's running a business, not content creating, but like, still, they're missing a bit on the opportunity. Are you building this in React? Are you good with it? I am building it on Next.js, and I'm not good at it, but I'm still building it. And I have a team. I have a team of people helping me. I have a team of 2 people, Igor and Sasha. Sasha is a developer, and Igor is doing marketing and SEO optimization. Look at SP like Iman. What? Harried? What do you mean? Can you can you translate? Yeah, I actually I agree that becoming an MVP is not something that you should strive for or like not have as an active goal, but producing content, that's something that you could have as a goal. And I also wouldn't say that you should have as a goal like get to X subscribers or subscriber counter, because it's such a shallow metric. It doesn't mean anything. You can have 13,000 subscribers, you can have 2,000 subscribers, and you're gonna have a much more influence over the people, or much better community. Also, the quality of people matters a lot. So the number of subscribers, someone like Iman Gadzi. Well, Iman Gadzi is like is just one of those geniuses. Like, those guys, they're just born. Iman Gadzi. This guy, right? Yeah. So they are just, this is 0.0000001% of the population. There's only one guy like this on Earth. Like, only what? Like, imagine there's only one guy as him on Earth. He is such a freak of the nature that it doesn't really make sense to have any, like, to try to copy him or to make it. It does make sense to learn from him, but I would say that they are playing totally different game. Like, it's like if you want to become, I don't know, let's say you're going to the gym and you want to just get in shape, and you go and look at the professional bodybuilders and what they're doing. It's like totally different level of game, right? Um, yeah, depends like what's your goal. If your goal become the next Gadzi, then yeah, you can try to copy him. So what he is doing? The blueprint as a beginner. Let's have a look at this.
So this is the blueprint to making $10,000 a month online as a beginner in 2024. And I'm gonna walk you through the 9 steps to getting there. Now, step 1 is figuring out what not to do. You see, most beginners fail to make $10,000 a month online, not because of what they don't do, but because of what they do. They do the things that beginners shouldn't be doing because they're not at a level yet to do them. A few of the things that beginners do and lead them to failure are trying to start a business that requires you to invest money to get it off the ground, anything that requires you to invest in marketing, to invest in stock, in testing products, or really any type of financial investment really, is a very bad idea for a beginner. Why? Because you're most likely gonna burn through all of the money you have trying to figure out how to get your ads to run profitably, or you're gonna end up being stuck with a lot of stock for a product that doesn't sell. Or you might spend months trying to find a product that sells until you
Wait. So learn how to start a drop servicing agency. So okay, so I guess the era of drop shipping is gone. Now we have drop servicing. What the hell is drop servicing? Drop service. Or is it still the same drop shipping? Marketing agency. Oh my god. Ah. I can already imagine people going with no experience whatsoever and going trying to start a marketing agency. Like, what you gonna teach me about marketing? His course is at the background. Educate. Let's have a look at this. Educate. This one, right? No, this I think it's like one of the courses, right? Educate. Launch your high income career and join the new generation of young millionaires. Oh my god. I want to save my spot inside of the Educate. Ever growing portfolio of programs. Get coached by industry experts. Success. Agency navigator. Yeah. Industry leading coaches, exclusive coaching calls, one-on-ones. Yeah, this is, like, at this point, he can sell whatever he wants. Like, it doesn't matter what he's gonna sell. He's gonna sell t-shirts, people gonna buy it. Like, when you have that amount of reach, you can sell whatever you want. So he has 145, I can't even read this number in English, million views. He can sell whatever he wants. Like, especially if he has a good, like a decent packaging around it, he can sell whatever he wants. The same with Andrew Tate. Like, they can, like, with this crazy amount of reach, they can sell whatever they want. I mean, he also speaks reasonable things. Like, he speaks, hey, don't start this, don't do that. So he speaks reasonable things. It's not like it's fine, and I hope it's gonna work for some people. I hope it's gonna work. Agency navigator. This guy has teams behind it. Yeah, for sure. That's for sure. Agency model, niche discovery service, mindset, systems plus processes, sales. Yeah, I mean, that's the same thing. I see. Every aspect of building an agency, the best business model for beginners from scratch. This plug and play system, signing clients, running Facebook ads, building your team. Yeah, this is copywriting in top level. Yeah. I mean, he nailed everything. He nailed the reach. He has a huge reach on YouTube, right? Not only on YouTube, TikTok. I guess if you combine Instagram, TikTok, and everything, he has like 1 billion of impressions. He nailed the offer. He nailed the marketing part, the copywriting part, and I guess he also nailed the product itself within. So that's the whole thing. I hope it's helpful for some people who take it. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it's actually helpful. Like, I don't think that if you want to have a plug and play system, I don't think you should start a business if you want to have plug and play system. Like, you need to figure out a lot of things, and you need to learn them before you can have any plug and play. I don't even think that such thing as a plug and play system exists. Fast track on one-to-one coach. Yeah, I mean, this is really good. What? So he sells this for 1,500. That's crazy. That's crazy. But what I love that he shows the price. Like, finally, like, just I hope that business is gonna start just showing the price. Like, I am so sick of businesses hiding the price behind email. Okay, here's even, we can even book here time. Nice, nice. Yeah, I mean, nice thing. It's much easier. It's much easier. Like, yeah, I mean, that's nice. I Yeah, I don't know. Maybe at some point I'm gonna switch into something like this. No, I won't. I won't. Um, and here's the thing. And here's the thing. Here's the interesting part. Is his product? So let's say we take a product. Someone who makes, let's say, 20,000. Let's say 100,000 a year, right? So someone makes 100,000 a year. He has a product. He has one product, right? So 100,000 a year. Product one. Now let's take someone who makes 100 million a year. Why not? Not 100 million. Okay, let's do 10 million. Let's do 10 million, okay? Let's do 10 million a year. So this is how much difference? This is 10 times the difference, right? 10 times the product 2. The question is the product 2 necessarily better than the product 1? Or probably yes, but is it 10 times better? Probably not. So the thing is that the difference, what makes the 100,000 versus 10 million is probably not the product, is probably just the marketing. And I see it as well in my field. I see it everywhere. You don't need to have the best product. You need to have the best marketing. I see so many, there are so many things that are not a good product in the Salesforce community, but are still crushing it. And it just shows that you don't need to have a really good product. You need to have a decent enough product, and then put all your effort on sales and marketing. That's my stance on it. His technique is very good. He starts a serious video that all will link to his product, then he closes it for some time, does this over and over again. People are buying shit products with good marketing. Yes, exactly. That's what I think. I think that people will. It's not even shitty. Like, you don't need to make a shitty product. It's easy to make out of shitty product a decent product. It's much harder to make a awesome, really good product. Much harder. Like, the amount of effort that you need to go from, like, this is one, this another. Here, the amount of effort you need to go. So here's awesome, like 10 out of 10 product, and here's like 8 out of 10 product. So you need exponentially more effort to get into the 10 out of 10 product. So it's good if you just stop at 8 and focus everything else on marketing. That's what I think. And the mistake that I was doing all the time in last 2 years, or in last 2 years of business, I was trying to make 10 out of 10 product. Like, I was not happy with the product unless it was really, really good. And that was a mistake. I should have done it much more easier, because because now I have the best coding program in the ecosystem. Like, I am I have never found any program that is better. I know that my program is the best one, but no one knows about it. No one knows about this program because I was so focused on building the program that I've never done I was never doing a marketing around it. If you look at my last 20 posts, there's nothing about my program in it. Like, there's nothing. But I know that this program, people go through this program, and from zero they learn coding. But I failed in like this marketing part. And I don't have 10 out of 10. I have like 9 out of 10. And I was trying to bring it to 10 out of 10, which I should stop doing. My program is decent enough. Hey, YOLO, right? So yeah, that's the thing. So from now on, I'm gonna focusing much more on marketing than on the product itself. That's been a mistake. That's been a big mistake. But he speaks here very reasonable
So
things.
this is how much
What else
time
he
it
speaks?
takes to get good
I wish I could just go through it. If someone has timestamps here, I just want to hear.
enough at coding in order to develop an entire app or even work at a position where you're getting paid $10,000 a month as a developer. It takes
I am at the same stage, built an AI-driven audio mastering app, but nobody cares. Yeah, that's the problem. Like, we discussed, I think, at some of the streams. Where's this thing? Here. This is how I think how we should approach it. 25% is coding or development, 50% marketing, and 25% luck. That's what we should do. Project management and marketing is not hard as building apps though. It's easy to do. I disagree so much. I disagree. How okay, so here's the scenario. You come up with an awesome marketing, how you gonna market your app. You go whatever, run ads. No one shows up. You spend 2,000, no one shows up to your whatever, like you get zero people. What do you do? How do you debug it? How do you get out of the situation? It's hard, like it's hard. You can't the biggest problem is that you cannot debug the marketing. You don't know if it doesn't work, you don't know why. You don't know, is it a product? Is it your shitty salesman? Is it like why? Check sell highest. Sell highest? What's sell highest? Let's check sell highest. What is sell highest? Why would you use regular tactics when everybody's using unethical tactics and have advantages over you? I'm so done. I don't think that you need to see it as a like you're at war with other people and you compete for like, you see those people who use unethical things, they can also be successful, and you can be successful if you use just the right marketing. Oh, you steal your competitor's traffic by creating 1,000 articles for one article of your competitor. Oh, wow, this is evil. This is actually evil. Tech entrepreneur Jake Ward posted the result of his described SEO highest search engine. The plan was simple: download competitor's sitemap, a list of all the pages, turn the entire list into blog titles, use those I know, I heard this story. I heard this crazy story. I heard this story. Like, this is crazy actually. This is unethical. but that's not how you win. Like it's yeah, you can find those unethical things, but it's not sustainable. You're not gonna be able to do it over the next 5 years, right? Or all over the next 10 years. You need, which is basically okay. So it's also not. It's like it depends. It depends. Maybe if you're lucky, you can find like those hacks and get some money out of it. But you need to get lucky again. Then you need to have 90% of luck, not 25%. So here's my opinion on all of this. You need to have decent enough product so that it actually solves to some degree the problem of people. And you need to learn sales and marketing. Like you can learn those things because how people get good at it, they learn it. You can learn those things. So you need to learn sales and marketing and then go all into sales and marketing and actually start marketing your app. And if your app is a decent product that solves someone's problem, the only hurdle between you and 10,000 or 10 million, whatever is the market cap, is your marketing skills. That's it. And you can learn ethical marketing. Like absolutely, I don't. You got punched in the face so many times, than with being a good guy. Well, think also about like it depends. You need to have a really big resilience if you wanna be bad guy. Do you have a marketing plan yet? Yes, I do have a marketing plan yet. Already, I do have a marketing plan already. So my marketing plan will be first my LinkedIn following. I rely a lot on LinkedIn following. Yeah, so I'm gonna do a webinar basically. I did it last time. I got like around 10 people buying my course, but I didn't put too much thought into the webinar. Basically what I did, I was like, oh, so how I'm gonna sell it? Oh, I heard some people selling it with the webinars, so let me just come up with some presentation and I'm just gonna throw 20 minutes long presentation, and then in the end I'm gonna ask, hey, can you please buy my course? And it worked for 10 people, and I had maybe half of following that I have now and half the known. Now I have much more people following me, and I think, and now I'm gonna really think about how to construct a really selling webinar, which we were doing last time. And I will prepare everything I can, and I will put so much effort, as much as I can, into this launch. I will do TikToks, I will do emails, I will do LinkedIn posts, I will do YouTube videos, I will do everything. I will make a perfect webinar, and I'm gonna practice webinar until I can speak it without any mistakes. And then I'm gonna launch the course. Do you speak German? I do speak German. That's my plan. And yesterday we were watching a webinar. Moin. So yesterday I was creating this webinar, and I was thinking about how to structure it, and I found a really nice video, and we were doing last time this video. Let's continue doing the video.
Into all of these.
Yeah, let's continue doing that. Let's see, I hope that... I have seen the technique where people close high ticket sales. They said their products very expensive and need only 2 or 3 clients. That's true. If you set your price like to 2-3K a month, you only need 3 clients to make 6K a month, right? It's a good tactic, and I think it's the best tactic for starting out. Funnel hacks. No, it's not funnel hacks. It's like how do you structure your web? So the thing is, I don't see sales as something bad, right? Sales is something that you try to, I know that my program is good for coding because I saw people going through the program and going in 3 months, going from zero to being able to code. I know it. And if some of the people will not be able to do that, I will go and like personally just go and teach them one-to-one. The hacks. So I just need to communicate properly the value of my program. That's the whole sales. Funnel hacks. I know, I see what you read. Funnel hacks. Yeah, that's the funnel hacks. Yeah, so this is I don't know. Let's see. I hope Germany gives me visa. Like, Germany, please give me a fucking visa. I'm so sick of it. I'm gonna get drunk so much when I get my visa in Germany. Like, okay. So the last time I was thinking about check Magnet Pro for Mac for resizing fast and easy. Magnet Pro, okay. Magnet Pro. Pronunciation, not pronunciation. Magnet Pro. Mac. Okay, I see. Paid app. Paid app. Eh. Eh. Is it better than, I mean, what's gonna do? Like, it's still only one screen, right? Cannot resize. I mean, I'm happy with those resizing though. Like, it's fine. Worth the $5. Okay. I don't know. I don't feel like I'm missing something from resizing. I think it's good. I'm resizing it only for the stream. Usually I would have this screen here, the second screen. I have 32 desktops on 3 screens. Yeah, if you're one of these crazy developers who has like 3 screens or 5 screens, then you do need it. Let me know how is the sound of the video, because I cannot really see. I can control it, but I hope it's not too loud.
If you just go to perfectwebinarsecrets.com, you can get that as DVD, and it goes through all of the different closes. So, just 'cause I know.
Okay, so first maybe explanation what we were doing. So I want to sell my cohort-based course, which goes 12 weeks, and the whole idea behind this cohort-based course that it takes you from complete zero in coding, like no coding knowledge whatsoever, to being able to code, being a developer in the Salesforce. That's important. I'm only focusing. There's some people coming to the stream and they're like, I catched you. What's gonna be so awesome about your course? There's so many courses out there. And I say, you didn't catch me. I'm in the Salesforce ecosystem. That's my answer. So, yeah, this course takes complete beginner people. And what he was speaking about, that you need to have, when you want to have a webinar, you want to have this like one thing that you want to teach people. One thing, and then, so for example, how to learn Apex without grind. Something that you want to show them how to do. And then you need to find 3 usual problems or objections that people have, like it takes a lot of time, and then you say how to learn Apex without grind, and then you say how to do it in 12 weeks. How to do it in 12 weeks. Then people gonna say, oh, it's hard, and you say step-by-step roadmap for the whole journey. This is basically the old good plug and play that we saw with the Iman Gadzi, or how to call this guy. And the problem number 3, I couldn't come up with the problem number 3. I know a lot of problems, a lot of objections that people say. Something like, oh, I can't do it. Like, it's not for me. You need to be like a certain type of people to learn how to code. And this is some, I don't know how to, I just don't know how to put it in. Let's just write something. Let's say I can't do it. I can't do it. Something more specific, like the whole idea is that, you know, when you're a developer, sometimes some people think that you need to have some certain, you need to be like in a certain way. You need to be, I don't know, good with math or something like this, which is completely not true, but a lot of people think like this. Lack of motivation. That's a good one. Lack of motivation. Hmm. I have never, so this is a good idea, but I have never heard people saying it to me actually. So I have really never heard people saying it to me, that I don't have the motivation. Like, if you don't have a motivation, what are you doing here then? Like, then don't do it. It's like, you know, like when people go to you and like, hey, I wanna become rich, but I kind of don't wanna work. What should I do? And you're like, you know, maybe I don't know what should you do. The same with like, if you wanna learn Apex, if you wanna learn programming, but you don't have the motivation, well, then just don't do it. that's the thing. I can't do it. I don't know, but that's a good idea actually. Like, something in this. It definitely has something in it. I need to be. I don't know. Okay. What people say? Let me think. What people say. People say, "Oh, it takes a lot of time. It's hard. I don't know where to start. I tried already a lot of things, nothing worked." Like, those are all things that people say to me, but I cannot put it as a problem. I cannot put it as an obstacle. I can't. Shit advice. I think a proper sales funnel schema would help at this point. This is what I'm trying to build. So this is my idea for the next couple of weeks, is to build a sales funnel, and I need to figure out a lot of things for it. Like, I need to figure out the tech behind it. So I need to figure out where to host the webinar. I need to figure out what to write, and yeah, so I need to figure out a lot of things. Inverse pyramid, though. What do you mean inverse pyramid? Pyramid scheme? I don't know if this guy is scammer like Shakir Hussein Like, if he, whatever he is, yes, I mean, I know how sales funnel look like. The thing is to like to basically physically make such sales funnel. That's the thing. And I, quite frankly, I don't care who is this guy. He does some real awesome thing, because it structures in my head how to structure the webinar. Because my webinar that I had before, it's so shitty. Like, look at this. It has zero structure. I basically just put together a lot of different things, and then I was like at the end, hey, you wanna buy a program? You wanna buy a program? Yeah. If yes, go to the website and click on the few buttons there. I didn't even send a link for buying the program into the chat back then. All of those things, yeah, so something that I need to work on. But I still can't, let's say I can't do it, and I've done it. Do you know front-end masters? Yeah, I do know front-end masters. Front-end masters. But they have courses, right? They don't have
JavaScript, TypeScript, full stack to back.
Stop. They don't have cohort-based courses, right? Oh, this guy. Yeah, that's a nice one. That's a nice one. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to run the cohort based, so like 12 weeks live cohort. I'm gonna be teaching live people, and those who gonna take the mentoring part, I'm gonna be mentoring one-to-one. So I'm kind of trying to do different thing. And yes, the courses are good from the perspective of just a business. Like, I think courses is a good business model for my stage because it's kind of passive. You don't need to do a lot of stuff for courses. But the live cohorts, they are better for the results. I definitely know that the difference between someone taking a course and just pre-recorded course and taking a live cohort, the difference is so big. Yeah, that's true. Not even you don't even why do you go such a far example? Like there are people in the Salesforce ecosystem who are selling who are selling not sophisticated products and earning not 10 times more than me, 100 times more than me. So I don't even need to go that far away. I can see all the time people everywhere in my ecosystem. Okay, so I think those are actually 3 problems good. It takes a lot of time. This is what people say. I can show you how you can start writing code basically already in 2-3 weeks, which is true. I don't know what to start. It's hard. I'm gonna give you step-by-step roadmap for the whole journey. Plug and play. If you have $10 for a product, you should spend 9 on marketing. It's what pros say. Yeah, I mean, I'm spending so far 0 on marketing. Only time. Well, I don't need that many clients to get good results. Like if an average price for the course will be $1,000, then what? I only need like 20 people buying the course, which is very, very possible. So on average, I have 50,000 impressions on LinkedIn. If I don't know, if only 1%, not even like if 0.1% of people gonna buy from the people who see it, and even if I go under and I sell it for 600, it's still gonna be 30,000 launch. So I have a really good feeling about the next launch of the course. But I wanna nail it. Like I wanna nail it. CTR is usually 1 to 5%. Yeah, this is what I count as well. Like I count to like 3%, I would say. 3%. I hope. I mean, like if I do a good webinar, I think it can be as high as 3-4%. If I just do a very shitty webinar, it's still gonna be like around 1%. I'm not even sure that those things actually matter. Maybe those things don't matter. Like I don't know. Let's see. Like I had an example of running a really not thoughtful webinar, and now I'm gonna have an example of running a really thoughtful webinar. Let's see. So let's see what this guy say. Okay, so funnel hacks. I think we are at the point. So we have these 3 problems, and now here's the transition to actually the sale. And this is the part where my where I'm running out of the air. I'm like, so they wanna buy my course. So like this is this is how I say it all the time, and I need to have a nice transition. But this transition gonna come up when I already have the whole presentation. It's gonna be much clearer to see what will be the transition. Last time I tried to do something like, hey guys, I put here together a course that targets exactly how to go from zero to being being a programmer. And can I show you how it looks? And then people, yeah, show me. And I'm like, here's conversion rate is not CTR. What is CTR? What is CTR? Did you set up KPIs yet? Why would I need it? CTI? Click-through rate. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. I mean, click-through rate. What do you like? If you host a webinar on LinkedIn, like you cannot really calculate a CTR. I mean, maybe you can, but those things they don't really matter. Like they don't really matter. I'm just gonna do the maximum of what I can, and I'm gonna see what are the results. That's it. Like those things, is it 1% or 3%? I can calculate it after if I'm curious, just as a nice fun fact. But my main goal is just 30K launch. That's it. That's my only metric. Like if I hit the 30K launch, that's good. If I don't, that's also fine. If I don't, that's fine. I'm just learning. That's my second time launching the course. Cannot expect everything to be awesome for the second time launching it. So let's have a look at the video.
I know I'm not going to have time to go through all of them, so I'll go through a bunch of them, but just if you want to dig deep into that, you can get that for free. It's like I think $4.95 shipping and handling mails a DVD out to you that goes through all of them. So, okay, so the stack. So this is the stack that I learned from Armin Morin, okay? Now, for this stack to make sense, the key concept behind this Armin taught me, he said that most speakers get on stage, right? And they're like, okay, this is what my package is. Boom, first thing you get is this, and then you get this, and you get this, and you get this, and they show you all these cool things. And then the last thing they show you is usually like just one of their bonuses, right? You're going to get this really cool calculator watch or whatever, right? And then you're like, okay, and all it costs is $10,000. And so the problem is that people's attention span is like super short, right? Like shorter than you will ever believe, right? People's attention span is just like almost not there. And so when you say the price is only $10,000, the only thing that they associate that price with is the last bonus you showed them. So if you showed them like all this cool stuff, like you're gonna get a car and a house and an airplane and I'm gonna name Mars after you, and you're gonna get this cool calculator watch, and the price is only $10,000. All they're like is like all they remember is like, oh, it's $10,000 for a calculator watch. Man, that sucks. That's a lot of money, right? That's how people's brains work. And so what you have to do is you have to restack what's in the offer over and over and over again. And right before you reveal the price, you have to restack it again so they associate the price with everything, okay? So I'll show you how that works here in a minute, but if you see from these little images here, like here I'm saying component number 1 is this. Then I talk about it, and I say, okay, now component number 2, you get this plus this. I talk about that. I say, so that means you're going to get this plus this plus this. And I talk about it, and I see I keep restacking it. Then I show them the price, and then I move on. I'll talk about the stuff here in a minute, okay? So let me show you how that works. So I come through this presentation, and I talk about the first thing. So this is my stack slide. So I say, okay, so I just talked about the first thing they're going to get a 1-year enterprise account to ClickFunnels for free. So the first thing is 1-year enterprise account to ClickFunnels. So here's the first of my stack, right? You can get this total value of $3,564. Okay, next thing you're going to get, and I transition to my next thing. You're going to get the masterclass, which is this and this, and this is why it's amazing. Here's testimonials of people that loved it and how much money they made, blah, 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 who it works for. Then I stack it again. So that means you're going to get the 1-year enterprise account to ClickFunnels and the 6-week Funnel Hacks Masterclass, a total value of $6,561. Okay, so I stack the 2 parts of the offer so far. Now I transition to the third thing. What's the third thing you're going to get? You need traffic. Okay, so I talk about traffic, why it's awesome, and then I stack it again. So that means you're going to get the 1-year enterprise account to ClickFunnels, a 6-week Funnel Hacks Masterclass, instant traffic hacks, a total value of $8,558. Then the next thing, right? You need copywriting. So I talk about my copy part of my product, and I go through all that, and so how cool it is. It's amazing. Talk about email sequences, and I stack again. So that means you're gonna get, and you guys, I promise you'll feel awkward doing this the first few times, okay? But it's it's worth it. And don't gloss over. A lot of people can like, so that means you're gonna get all this stuff for 11,000. You can't just gloss over it. Like I've tried it before and it drops your conversion. Like you have to say it again. So every time I come back to slide, I say, so that means you're gonna get a 1-year enterprise account click funnels, a 6-week funnel hacks masterclass, instant traffic hacks, inception secrets, soap opera Seinfeld secrets, total value of $11,552. Okay, so I did. So I stack it over and over and over and over and over. I'm gonna do it a couple more times too, by the way. But I do everything, and now this is my offer. Okay, total value of $11,552. Now, before I transition to like, don't worry, I'm not going to charge you this. This is what I am going to charge you. I have to get them to believe that it's worth that amount of money right there. If I cannot get them to say, yes, Russell, it's worth $11,000, they're not going to pay me $997. Okay, so I have to get them to justify this price. Okay, so the way I do that is through a process called if-all statements. I learned this from Dave Van Hoos. Okay, if-all statement. So what I do, I have to say, this package is $11,000. Now, obviously, I'm not going to charge you guys $11,552. I think it's worth it, but I'm not going to charge you guys that. But I need to ask you guys a question. If all that the funnel hacks package did was, so if all that this did was,
Okay, this is a good one. So stack, I'm gonna think about stack, but the if all, this is a good one. If all that this course did was teaching you how to code. So he has finally get you funnel that was profitable. 1 in, 2 out. What would it be worth it? Help you to share your message with more people. Would be worth it. Give you ability to cancel all the monthly tools together. Would be worth it. Teaching you how to code. Would it be worth it? What else? Giving you a lifetime access to all materials. Materials. Would it be worth it? What else? Okay, what you heard right now, that's this tool, which is not loading for some reason. That's my focus tool, which is not loading again. That sucks. Let me enable it. Yeah, okay, nice. Focus. Let's see, let's say I want to focus for the next 20 minutes. Next 20 minutes. Because after the 20 minutes, I would like to get coffee. No, this is not a distraction. What else? What else can I offer? Let's see. Let's go see what I wrote in my products. Okay, preparation for PD1. Prepared you for PD1. Would it be worth it? Something that I really didn't speak about is that the cost of the program is just a fraction of your potential Salesforce developer salary. Of your potential Salesforce developer salary, which I do have on my website, right? I would say here I'm increased your salary by, and then what is the difference? Let me see. Where do I have this thing? Here we go. By what is the difference? 130 minus 89, 24,000. 24 by 24,000. Would it be worth it? The all materials prepare you for PD1, and then would be totally worth it, because if you pay like $1,000 for potential increase in salary, like over the next, let's say, year of 24,000, that's totally worth it. Preparing for PD1, I would say also kind of not that much, but also worth it. Giving you lifetime access to all materials, that's totally worth it. But what about the stack? Like, this is where we stack the benefits, right? I kind of don't see, oh, I don't see what are the benefits to write there. What is he writing here? 1 year enterprise account, 6-week funnel hacks masterclass, instant traffic hacks, inception secrets. So, okay. So what can I stack there? So what are the benefits that people are gonna get it? It kind of depends on the package that they're gonna take, actually. Like, everyone. So the lowest package is just pre-recorded videos. The second package is this one, and the third is mentoring. So, let's say lifetime access to all materials. Then community of people. I don't know, that's kind of hard. Hey, Illuminati, hi. Because I don't have like just a set of benefits. Like, the benefits, they vary depending on what do you take. One-to-one mentoring with me. Platform developer 1 certification preparation. And did you complete that article? Yeah, actually quite far away ago. Yeah, I think 2 days ago. Finally. Finally I completed the article. 100 plus hands-on tasks. Workshop on getting the first job. Something like this. I'm gonna refine it a lot. So I just wanna have something so that I can actually start creating presentation. I'm gonna refine it a lot though, because I'm not satisfied with those things. I don't know what to put there exactly.
You guys that, but I need to ask you guys a question. If all that the funnel hacks package did was, so if all that this did was blah, would it be worth it? If all this did was blank, would it be worth it? If all this did was blank, would it be worth it? So 3 times, I'm trying to get 3 yeses. Yes, yes, yes. I need them to say yes 3 times, that if all that this package did was something and it'd be worth $11,000, I get them to say yes 3 times. So first off, if all this did was finally give you funnel was profitable, would it be worth it? Yes. If all this did was to help you to share your message with more people, would it be worth it? Yes. If all this did was give you the ability to cancel all of the monthly tools you're currently using to glue together your funnels, would it be worth it? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. 3 times they told me it's worth $11,552. Okay? So now when I come back to them and say it's only $1,000, if they don't buy it, then they're lying to themselves. Because they just told me it's worth $11,000. I'm giving them a 90% discount. Okay, you see why that's important? So I'm taking this price, the top value, and then I have to get them to, in their own mind, to say it's worth that. I do that through if-all statements. So I have my if-all slide. I do it at least 3 different times. 3.
I'm not gonna do that. So I already thought about it a lot, and I see, for example, Warren is doing that, where Warren writes like, okay, this thing is worth that much, this thing uh, is worth that much, and it just looks, I don't know, there's no way you can do it for, like, I don't see a way of doing that for our case, for coding. Like, it's very hard to say that a certain part of your course is worth that much. Like, how much is worth that you get step-by-step plan? I don't know, 1,000, maybe 2,000, and maybe $50. I don't know. Like, it's only as as much worth as you do it. Like, so I'm probably not gonna do it like with the price. Then it's in the end it's that much, and then it's worth that much. But I still gonna take the structure.
3 S's, then I can transition. Okay, and this is I'll show you this one my closes. But I come back through, and then I give them the actual price, $9.97. So now I get the price, and then after that, then I do some more closes, which I'll talk about here in a second. I go back through all the way to the end, and then I take my last slide here, where then they see the price, they see what to do, they see the call to action, they see a recap, and a bunch of other cool stuff. Okay, so that's basically how the stack works. Okay, but you notice right here on slide 111, I restacked it again. Right, I do that. If you come back here, I did. Here I talk about the prices, and I'm doing dropping some of my closes in here to to help close them, and I come back and again I restack it one more time, and then I get my call to action to the action takers, and then come to the slide right here. Okay, so again I'm gonna go into closes here in a second, but a couple of cool things I want to state. One thing, this last slide here in the bunch, we've tested this a lot. I'm gonna walk through some of the other pieces. One other thing that's cool is if you can do this for your product. So we offer people they could just buy normally, which is awesome. But then we come back and say, hey, PayPal will actually finance you. So you guys know that PayPal's got a financing program, and it's not for everyone, but it's subject to credit approval, and it's only for US-based customers. But my guess is right now, for most of you guys, 75% of your audience is probably US-based. So this will work for most of your clients. So I throw a slide in here that basically says, hey, and all they do, if they buy through PayPal, they can use PayPal as financing, right? Where PayPal, when they go through PayPal, a little thing will pop up saying, hey, do you want to use PayPal's Bill Me Later program? Or I think they changed the name of it recently, but it used to be Bill Me Later. And you say yes. What happens is PayPal goes and does an instant credit check. If they're approved, boom, it drops $1,000 in their account. They buy it. You get the money instantly. It didn't cost them a penny. And they got 6 months with no payments and no interest. Okay, this is one of the most powerful slides in my whole presentation. I say, look, some of you guys, like, I know you want this, maybe you can't afford it or you're nervous or whatever. So what we're going to do is we set up a deal with PayPal where they'll actually finance this whole thing for you. Okay, now it's not for everyone. You've got to be subject to credit approval and you got to be in the US. But if you qualify for this, you sign up. That means you go in there.
This is a good thing. This is a good idea. I'm gonna include monthly payments at some point. So here the next will be summary with the payment link, and then I'm also gonna have possibility for monthly payments, and cancel every month, like this. So people can cancel after each month, so they can just take 1 month of the course and then cancel. Something that I also want to include is that if person goes through the program and goes through all the tasks and still can't code at the end of the program, I'm gonna refund 100% of the money. Like, that's impossible. I know that it's impossible, so I'm quite confident in offering this type of deal for people.
There, you don't pay a penny right now. You get access to everything I talked about. You can go through and you can use it for the next month, 2 months, 5 months, 6 months. You can every month make 1,000 or 10, 100 grand a month for 6 months, and in 6 months from now, then you pay PayPal back, and you're not paying a whole bunch of interest. There's no payments, no interest for 6 full months. Is that crazy? Okay, so that's a gift PayPal is giving you, US-based customers. So if you're on the fence and you just want financing, boom, there it is. PayPal will finance you. You can use this, make a crap ton of money, and then in 6 months from now, then you can pay it off. Is that awesome? How many of you guys want that? All right, go. I do that. Now taking this last slide. This slide, like I said, I've tested so many things here. In fact, I'm going to make it live so you can see exactly what I do. Okay, so this is some cool stuff. All right, first off, you see that all pretty well? First off, I recap my offer on the slide. The reason why I do that is because whenever time I get the slide, everybody asks me like a million times, what was in it again? What's in it again? I'm like, are you kidding me? I've stacked this 80 times. How in the world do you not know what's in my package at this point in our relationship, right? But they don't. So I have it here so they can just see it again, okay? I have the big old price in green because green means go. I have a call to action, which is whatever.com/go because I want them to go. I have a countdown clock. Now, we started these countdown clocks when I was speak at live events. I put a 10 or 15 minute countdown clock, and it would get people's butts out of their seat and run you to the back. So I started doing it with webinars, and what we did initially is we would do, I think I did a 10-minute countdown clock, and I would just be talking during the 10 minutes, and while I was talking during this 10 minutes, sales would be coming in, and the second the clock hit 0, sales stopped, just every time. I was like, God, that's annoying. So then we made a clock that went 15 minutes, and sales came in, and at 15 minutes, the second the clock hit 0, people stopped buying. I was like, well, screw that. Let's make this a 30-minute clock. So we bumped it out to 30 minutes, and then I sat on for 30 minutes doing Q&A, and the whole 30 minutes people are buying. And usually by about 30 minutes is when it starts trickling down, it stops. But it's crazy to me. I did webinars for almost a decade where I would do the close, say the price, and I'd end. Where I know that more than half I'd say probably 3/4 of my sales come during this 28-minute or during this 30-minute countdown clock. Okay? Like it has made me so much more money. I don't know how I didn't do it before, but it's amazing, right? People are always like, how do you make a countdown clock in PowerPoint? I just found a clock online. I recorded it in Camtasia, turned it into a video file, and I added the video to my slide. It's just a video file, so you can pause it and push play. Like it's not a real countdown clock. It's a little video because I couldn't figure out how to make a countdown clock. So there you go. That's what I did. So countdown clock's huge. Then the next question is like, what do you do for 30 minutes while the countdown clock's happening? Okay, same thing you do in the introduction. You've got to talk constantly. I got to keep the energy high, keep them pumped up, keep them excited, because if I have a lull, they're going to stop buying. Okay, so I can't have a lull. So what I do is I went through it after this webinar 30 or 40 times. I know what everybody's top questions are, so I just preload them here in my slides, and I go through and I answer questions for people that have in GoToWebinar. So like I'm answering questions live, but then I also preload all the questions that I know I get over and over and over again. Okay, and I just go through here on the slide, and I just click through here. What do I do if I already have an account? And then I answer it. I'm okay, next question. Oh, what happens after the first year? And I answer it. What are the tools do I need? And I answer it. And I just go through this, and for 30 minutes, I just keep answering these questions. Everyone's like, Russell, how in the world did you make it so they can do Q&As like that in PowerPoint? So I'm not a PowerPoint ninja, so I just wrote out every one of these questions, and then like I literally had a slide like every one of these little questions in here. It took forever, and then I just animated them all out, and then I just stacked them on top of each other. So now it's this big, huge, blurred mess of things. Okay, so there's probably an easy way to do it, but that's how I do it. So that's in there. There's like 50 questions. It looks like a bunch of like just mumbo jumbo, but that's what it is. Okay, so that's how I do this last slide. This slide, like I said, is very important. I'd say these two slides are probably two of the most important. They're using PayPal financing, and then using this. This is the tool to keep closing sales all day long. Okay. All right. So you guys getting this? This is making sense to you? All right. A couple other things. One thing I just did to you guys right there, I just dropped 3 trial closes on you. So some of you guys are saying, what is a trial close? Trial close is something that I am embedding all throughout my presentations. I learned this from Ted Thomas. Ted Thomas's nickname is the Pied Piper. I've seen videos of him speaking at Robert Kiyosaki events where he will have a line of 1,000 people all holding their credit cards above their head, waving it, following him to the back of the room. And they call him Pied Piper because he's the best at like getting people to do that. And so I was speaking at an event, and I had heard rumors of Ted Thomas, never met him. I'm doing my presentation. I look out over the audience. In the back of the room, I see this old man, and I was like, I think that's Ted Thomas. I am so nervous right now that the king of closing is sitting here watching me speak, right? So I did my presentation, and we did some sales, and it wasn't like amazing, but it was good. And I was like kind of proud of it. And he was kind of hanging out after the webinar, the seminar. And then after everyone kind of disappeared, he came to me and said, hey, Russell, my name's Ted Thomas. I'm like, oh, yeah, I know who you are. Don't worry. And he's like, can I take you to lunch? I'm like, that would be awesome. So he took me to lunch. We start talking. He starts asking me all these questions, question after question after question. And then he stops. And he says, Russell, look at your head right now. And I looked, and my head's like just nodding. He's like, see how your head's moving? I'm like, yeah. He's like, what I just did is I just did a whole bunch of trial closes, which is why you are nodding yes right now. He's like, when I was in your room, said you were engaging speaker, you were getting people to buy, people went and bought, things were good. But I was sitting in the back of the room and I noticed that not a single person's head was moving in the entire room. He said, if you watch me speak, from the second I stand on stage, the entire presentation, everybody's head's nodding yes the whole time. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, they've said yes to me about 1 million times before I ever asked them for money. I was like, well, how do you do that? He said, it's this little thing I call trial closes. He said, what a trial closes is you ask people little questions, little yes or no questions, and the answer is obviously yes. And they say yes, and they say yes again. And even if you're home in a webinar, your head is probably nodding when I'm doing my webinar, okay? So I'm using these trial closes throughout the entire thing, okay? So for example, here's my intro slide. So, hey guys, welcome to the webinar. I'm talking about my weird niche funnel. It's currently making me $17,947 per day. How many guys would love to see behind the scenes of a funnel that's making 17 grand a day? Wouldn't that be awesome? Okay, well, I'm going to show you guys that. You guys excited for that? Okay, I just did 3 trial closes. They told me yes 3 times reading the first part of the headline. Okay? And I say, but not only am I going to teach you that, I'm going to show you guys something that's even better for you. Because the other thing's cool for me, right? Another trial close. But I'm going to show you guys something. I'm going to show you guys how you can ethically knock it off in 10 minutes. How many of you guys want to learn how to ethically knock off my funnels in less than 10 minutes? Boom, got another yes. Okay, so that's 6 yeses in my very first slide. Now, I need you guys to do me a favor before I show you this. Can you guys please promise you're not going to use these powers for evil? What do they say? Yes. Okay? Over here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I got to show you an early disclaimer. First off, I promise you guys you are not going to make $17,000 per day, right? Now, you guys probably knew that you weren't doing that, right? Boom, 2 trial closes.
Whatever works.
Now, and I start going through it. And so every time I'm saying something, I'm interacting with the audience and I'm saying, does this make sense? Are you guys getting this? Is this awesome? Are you guys excited? Does that make sense? Right? Right? And they're saying, yes, yes. Like, I should count sometimes. If you counted all my webinars, I've probably asked you to say yes at least 1,000 times in my presentation, if not more. Every time people want me to critique a webinar, I start watching. Within 5 minutes, I know exactly what's wrong. They didn't interact with people. They didn't say yes. And because usually they're embarrassed, they feel stupid or whatever, but that is what gets people to nod their head. Okay? And I need them nodding their head the entire 90 minutes if I'm going to ask them for money.
I'm trying not to nod my head.
A couple other cool
right
things that trial closes work the best for is when you show testimonials. Okay? So, for example, this is Liz, right? So a lot of times people show a testimonial and they move on. Like, here's Liz's testimony. She said, with our new funnel, which is the webinar funnel, this month, blah, 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 and we're on track to make 100K this month. Next testimonial is from Mike Stansky, and move on. Okay, that's the worst thing you could do. When you share a testimonial, you've got to future pace and drop 1 million trial closes after every single one. So I read Liz's thing. This is what Liz said. She said, with our new funnel, blah, 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 right? Can you guys imagine what that would be like to get 100 new clients? Isn't that amazing? Like, what would you do if you had 100 new clients this month? Now, I'm sure some of you guys are thinking that's probably, that's not likely for me, right? And I get that. Like, a lot of you guys, that may not make a lot of sense, might not be possible, but I promise you, if you had asked Liz a few months ago if that would be possible for her, she would have told you no too. Okay, you guys getting this? Do you see how that works? Does this make sense to you? Are you getting excited? I'm excited for Liz. Are you excited for her? All right. Then move on to Mike. Okay, so I dropped like 50 trial closes. They said yes like 80 times around Liz. And it just drove that, it like made that testimonial so real for them because they said yes over and over and over again.
Like, again, sorry for pausing, but like, again, this is so much value. Like, I don't care who is this guy, but it's all true. Like, I don't know who is this guy. I have never heard about ClickFunnels. Maybe because I was kind of living under the rock or something. But it's so much value. It's so much value. It's all of this is true. You can feel how it works. You need approval from other people. You don't need to hear the feedback from other people because you can, while you're reading this, you can feel that it works. And this is a sign of a really good presentation or content or something. It's really hard to tell if the content is good, which presentation is also content, right? It's very hard to tell if it's good or not. You can only feel it. You can only feel once you like how to know if your post, for example, that you've done, it's good. You feel it. Like it hits somehow it hits inside. And the same with this video, what he does, like it hits. He's good.
I tell Mike's story, and I'm like, is that cool, you guys? Like, can you imagine what it'd be like if you were Mike? He was brand freaking new, and now he's rich. Like, what would that be like for you to have that same process? Okay, trial close, trial close. Same thing when I'm showing like cool features, like show these things. Like, I'm gonna show you my solo hat hacks. How many of you guys want my solo hat hacks? Wouldn't that be awesome? Who wants my media buying hacks? All right, that's what I thought. That's pretty cool, right? I'm pretty sure, you know, I just trial closing throughout. Okay? Trial closes are huge, right? Now I'm gonna come into some of these other closes. So again, there's a whole bunch, like I'm trial closing every sentence. I'm almost trial closing, and then as I start transitioning here, you'll start seeing some of them. Let's see if I can find some of them buried in here. Okay, so here's my transition. What you're gonna get when you're about to count. Okay, so this is called if this is one trial close right here, or one close right here. You notice that I'm not using all of them on every presentation. I find the ones that fit, that make sense, and I plug them in. So I'm gonna have a bunch of them in here, but I'm not. In fact, I think when I first started mapping these all out, when I did my high ticket secrets webinar, I put every single one in. So I had like, 16 of these ones in here, and it was kind of cool. But then, like, even if it's kind of overkill for me, I felt kind of awkward. So I do a lot less of them now. But I always have probably 7 or 8 or 9 of them in here. Okay, so here's I had 2 choices. Option number 1, I could go as cheap as possible and sell as many as possible. But the problem is it didn't really incentivize me to stack on the value for you. So my second option, which requires a little bit higher investment, but in exchange I can devote more resources to help guarantee your success. Okay, so then in their mind they're like, sweet, he's gonna charge me more, right? That's my goal with that close. Get them to make sweet. Okay.
Okay, this is something that I should include. I don't know how, but again, so there's this whole thing with the course. You can learn coding in 12 months, or you can pay 1K more and learn it in 3 months. What would you do? What would you do? Do you value the speed of learning more over 1,000? That's kind of that's my idea behind it.
All right. Now we got there.
Okay, so this is the first and second option, right? So let's call it first option. Cheap. Learn everything yourself. Second option, more expensive, but 3x quicker.
There are 2 choices. Okay, right here. Okay, after the price, like, look, now you've kind of got 2 options. Here's your first option: don't do anything and not take this leap of faith, which is 100% risk-free. Or your second option is just pony up this tiny little investment today compared to all the value that you're going to get in return, and just give it a shot. If you can't make, because I believe my company that if I can't make you money, then I don't deserve yours. Okay, so that's another close there. Is I'm using now that they've got 2 choices. So before it was like I've got 2 choices, and the way I phrased it, like there's only one logical option, and then for here, you only have 2 choices. Okay, obviously they got a lot of choices. They could hang up the phone, they could walk away, but like I need to make them believe there's only 2 choices. One makes them look like a fool, and number 2 is amazing. Okay, and they're like, sweet, well, those are my 2 options. I only have 2 choices. It says it right here. I don't want the first option to do nothing. I want the second option that's amazing. Okay, guarantees are good. The real question, I call that over here. Anyway, I might have called something different.
It all comes together. Now, after I say about these 2 options, I say if I can't bring you to writing your code in 12 weeks and you solved all the tasks, I will refund 100% at any time point. Well, with refunds, I have a very simple refund policy. I can refund you whenever you want. Like, I don't have any conditions behind refunds. So first, I was never asked about refund so far. Like, no one asked about refund. But if someone asks, I'm not gonna really ask questions. Why do you need the refund? I'm just gonna refund the person. Like, it's not worth it. I'm just gonna refund person. That's it. And yeah. And especially if, like, I'm so sure in what in my course that I'm so sure that I can offer this guarantee. Like, that's 100%. Because there have not been a single case who, like, when it happened.
Different. Anyway, the real question is it worth gambling a few minutes of your time to check it out, which even only does half what I've claimed in today's training.
And another thing, I had so far 0 people churning off. Like, no, one person churning off. That's it. Like from I think around 20 students that I had. So it's a good churn rate, I would say, and it shows that my program kind of people stick to it. People see it as quite valuable. Which doesn't mean it doesn't mean anything. I'm still the number, I don't know, 3 probably on the market, out of 3. So there's like 3 programs on the market, and I'm number 3, the last one in terms of how much I make, which is also due to the fact that first I was not putting much effort into marketing, and the second, I don't have the visa. But still, it also shows you that you can have the best product on the market, but if you suck at marketing, it's not gonna go anywhere.
Will pay for itself as soon as your very first funnel is live. Anyway, you can see they're throughout here. Like I said, I would go through all of them, but we are already. So I got excited telling you guys stories. So we're already an hour and 15 minutes in. So again, if you want to watch all the rest of these, if you go to perfectwebinarsecrets.com, there's a DVD. It's $4.95. We ship it out to you. It's a DVD. Plus, it comes with a paper version of this. So you can have it. But the DVD, I go through all 16 of them. I show you examples of them so you can see exactly how to add those in. But hopefully that helps. Like again, find the ones you like. Put your own in there as well. But you're closing throughout the whole thing. I'm dropping closing slides throughout this whole stack here. And so by the time at the end, again, between trial closes, these closes, and the stack, like it's hard for people not to buy, especially if you've structured this the right way. We've taken away everything, every logical excuse they have. You not only have you smashed, you've rebuilt it, shown them how it is possible with this one thing. Then when you show them here's the one thing, and then you sell it the correct way, like we showed through here, it's hard for people not to buy. Okay. And like I said, we close consistently 15%. It's amazing. As soon as the webinar gets on, I count the people, and then I always write down a number. I'm like, okay, if I get 15%, it means I will have made $83,000. And I do the webinar, and almost every time, like clockwork, we hit whatever number it is that I forecast at the beginning, because I know that consistently, almost every single time we close the exact same rate. It's just like the weirdest thing in the world. Doesn't make sense to me how that works, but it just works. Okay, so it's good to get it. Now, for you guys, some of you guys saying, well, how good does my webinar have to be, Russell? Kind of my experience is if you can get a webinar that closes at 7 or 8%, like that's a good webinar. You're gonna make a lot of money with that. You get to 10%, that's $1 million webinar. You get above that, we're at 15%, and it's been live less than a year, and we're just shy of $10 million in this one webinar, and it's not slowing down.
15% closing rate, it's sick. Like 15% is huge. 15%, it's insane. If you have, it's not so hard to drive, let's say, 2,000 people to your webinar. I mean, it's hard, but it's not hard if you have a good audience. 2,000 people by 15, by what they sell the offer, it's like 30,000 one webinar. Like that's insane. 15% versus if you even take 5% is a good closing rate. Wait, 0.05. That's like 3 times less. Still insane though.
Down at all, like it's amazing. So that kind of should give you guys some groundwork. Okay, why is it so important to test these things and to try them over and over and over and over again? Why is it important to learn the skills? Because shifting 2 or 3 percentage points is the difference between a 7-figure year company and an 8-figure year company. Like it's those little tiny tweaks,
or being broke or not being broke,
all added in together. Okay, and so you guys have the benefit. Obviously, I've been doing this for 10 years, standing up on stages, embarrassing myself over and over and over again. So you guys could just kind of use a shortcut, not go through all that, and just kind of pick up where I left off. And I give you guys this as a gift because I do care about your success, and I want you guys to have success with this. I care about what Joel's doing. He's done an amazing job, and it's just I wanted to give this to you, and hopefully it'll help you guys a lot. So that's kind of the first part here. All right. So next thing we're going to cover, so that's the webinar when somebody gets on, right? So next piece we want to cover is how do we get someone on the webinar? What's the process for that? So let me shrink this screen.
That's interesting, but I don't think it's going to apply for me.
And
And Michael asked, how does Russell identify the top 3 beliefs to kill? Does he just go for the obvious ones?
Good
So
question.
I was wondering if you could kind of shed some light on your 3 secrets. Like, which 3 beliefs do you usually shoot for?
Great question. Okay, so the question is, what 3 beliefs are you usually shoot for? So for me, a lot of it depends on what what is I'm selling. So it's got to tie into that, right? Somehow it's got to weave back. For me, like the reason why I am showing. Let me find my slide real quick. So many slides. Where's my number 1? Okay. Like the reason why I'm showing you guys my process of this is because I'm trying to get them, this helps my case for, like, if they learn how to funnel hack someone, then they're gonna want to use ClickFunnels. If they then learn how to use ClickFunnels, they want to use ClickFunnels. If they believe they can get traffic to that funnel, they're gonna want to use ClickFunnels, right? So it's got to support what it is I'm selling at the end of the day. So that's the first part. The second part of it though is most people have the same issues, and they're usually tied to time, to money, to things like that. And so I try and figure out how to base it. So I don't have like a hard fast rule for that really. A lot of it's just kind of knowing your market, knowing like what it is that keeps them from taking action. But I would venture to guess it's pretty similar in most markets, right? Like let's say it's the weight loss market, for example, and everyone's tried a million different diets. So why have they not had success in the past? One of them is like they, maybe they heard they had to get rid of carbs, and so they love donuts. They're not giving up donuts or bread or whatever, right? So it's like if you know that that's the majority of people's concern, you say, look, the cool thing is you can do this without cutting out carbs. Like, are you serious? Like, I not cut out carbs? Like, how is this possible, right? Or, they've tried in the past and they lost it, but they gained it right back. Okay, that's a common concern. So, okay, how do we make this so it's a lifestyle change, not a yo-yo diet, or whatever those things are? So, I think it really, the key is just understanding your market and understanding like what pain they've gone through to get to where they're at right now, right? People take action. They get on a webinar. They're buying things because they're usually in some kind of pain, and they're trying to get out of that pain. And so if you can identify like the last 10 times they tried to get out of that pain, like what was the issues they probably ran into? Like I know with my market, the issues were they don't know what to do, okay, which is why we showed them how to funnel hack. Now you know what to do. I don't know how to do it. I can't afford programmers. So, okay, well, that's cool. Let me show you how to do it with ClickFunnels. And okay, well, that's cool. But even if I did do it right, I can't get traffic. Okay, well, let me show you that too. Like those are the 3 core things that my people struggle with. And so for your market, you got to think of that through. Like what are the last 10 things they've tried in the past? Like why did they fail? Why did they think they failed?
Okay, let me stop and think here because I have few ideas. Definitely, a lot of people go to me and they say, "Hey, I tried all the courses possible, and I can't find anything." And a lot of people, when they leave a testimonial, for me, like, I only wish I had discovered it sooner. I have signed up. After struggling a lot to find the right way to learn Apex as a beginner. I tapped as many resources I could find for learning. But couldn't find anything. I have tried a number of developer courses, but none was making sense. All of this, like, this is a very common theme with people saying, "Hey, I tried everything I could, nothing helped, but your course did help." So I think I should highlight it. I tried many courses, but nothing has worked. I think it's a better one. I think it's a really good one. Now, how we are solving this problem? I'm solving this problem by designed specifically for beginners. The course is like only for beginners. If you're already good at coding, you shouldn't take this course. So it's designed specifically for beginners to get started. And I was focusing on beginners for the last 2 years. I don't know how else to say it. Like this is just the best course to start on the market. Like there are, for example, you can take the Warren course, but that's not for beginners. It's 4 months program that goes over everything. So it's not a good start. Yeah, I don't know how to phrase it. Just okay, it's hard. I would even put this problem, tried many courses, but nothing has worked. I'm gonna put it as the first one. It's the first one. The second one, it takes a lot of time. And the third is gonna be, it's hard to do. It's not hard. I'm not beginner friendly. Well, I mean, hard, I mean, it's gonna be hard, right? I cannot promise that learning how to code is easy. It's not easy. But it's also not as hard as people think, and people overcomplicate those things. It feels hard when you learn it, but once you go through the program, once you go through just time, once you spend enough time practicing, that's good.
If you can answer that, then it becomes really easy. So yeah, I hope that kind of helps.
Yeah, and I'll just kind of chime in here real quick. It's really simple to come up with your three core concepts, and 95% of the time, it's going to come down to either time or money. How can you save them time? How can you save them money or make them more money? And then you usually throw one other thing in there. So I mean, even with secret number one, how to steal over $1 million of funnel hacks for under $100. Like how to make more money without spending a whole lot of money. How to clone the proven funnel in less than 10 minutes. Like how to get this stuff done in very little time. And then you usually just throw in one other one, that a common pain point that they've that they're having. So yeah, man, keep it up, man. You're doing an awesome job. So we got a lot of people that are excited. So I just want to bring that question to your attention.
Very cool. Awesome. Okay. All right, so let's transition now. I got another 40 minutes. So next 40 minutes, I want to show you guys the process of what we're doing now to get.
I don't think it's gonna be relevant for me. I think I'm gonna stop at this point and just go and do the webinar. But let's see what he's gonna say.
Tons of people on the webinars and get them excited and get them to show up and all those kind of things, and kind of walk you through the funnel process. So I'm gonna pull this down here now. So this is one of like 10 different registration pages. I'm gonna show you guys a whole bunch of them here, just so you can get different ideas of what we're doing and how we're doing it. But this is one of my, this is the control. This one is made us a lot of money. And so a couple things about it. The first thing I want you to notice is, you notice right here we got the one thing and the 3 secrets. So if you look at my page, like the only copy on this page almost is, here's my one thing, and down here are my 3 secrets, right? If you thought through your one thing and your 3 secrets a lot, like that's gonna be the best copy you got. so I that's basically my landing page. That's number 1. Number 2, the thing that gets people to register for a webinar or join a squeeze page or whatever that is curiosity. Excuse me, curiosity and pain. Those are the 2 things, right? And so I need them to like.
This is good, and it's so true. Like whenever I sign up for something, I'm curious about it. Like someone says to me, "Hey, how I sell X in this space," and I'm like, "Oh, that's interesting to hear." Like I don't know what I'm gonna do about it, but that's interesting.
Like whatever my one thing is, whatever my headline is for this thing, it has to be something they cannot figure out in their mind on their own. Okay. And so for mine, it says my weird niche funnel is currently making me $17,000 per day, and how to ethically knock it off in less than 10 minutes. Okay. Like the human mind looks at that and they're like, that doesn't make any sense. How could someone make 17 grand a day? And then how could I ethically, how could I ethically knock it off in less than 10 minutes? Like there's so much curiosity wrapped in that thing that you have to, like, if you read that for the rest of your life, you'd be thinking like, what the crap, what was that thing again? I wish I could find that webinar because I got to figure out what his weird niche funnel is. Like, I got to see what that thing is, right? It was funny. We did our certification program last week, and one of the camera guys, my main camera guy brought his like intern to come and help him. He's a 16-year-old kid, and the kid like afterwards came to me. He's like, "Hey, I have a question for you." So I saw this webinar thing online on Facebook or whatever. He's like, it said that you make $17,000 per day. Is that true? And I was like, actually, like we make a lot more than that, but one of our funnels makes 17 grand a day. Yes. He was like, "Oh, that's so cool," and he was like so excited because he like didn't think it was true. And then when I found out it was true, then he was just like going nuts because he wanted to figure it out, right? And so they see this like it's curious. Like
DevOps can be so annoying sometimes. Yeah, DevOps can be so annoying. I know. But this is interesting. Like, what this guy says is that the thing is that a lot of examples that I see on the internet, not a lot of examples, all of the examples, they tied to make money. It's so easy to make such a promise if you have anything that you can tie to the money. I don't think I can tie my webinar to the money. Like, I cannot go and say how to make let's say you're a developer. Let's say you earn 13,000. That's 300. How to make 10K a month as a Salesforce whatever, like those things. I cannot do this. Like, this is just wrong promise. I'm here for teaching how to code. I can't promise how to make X per day or like money. So this is so much easier once you can tie it to the money, because you can say, hey, how to make X in a day or in a month or in a year or in revenue, whatever. But how do I do it for the things that are not money related, that are coding related? Like, this is just a career. This is, I'm not selling something that is necessity. I'm not selling something that people are gonna go nuts about it. Like, oh wow, I I don't know, it's life changing. It can be though life changing. It can be life changing if you go from not being able to code to being a developer. It can be life changing, especially if you're from US. The salaries there for developers are much higher than in Europe. How to change your life by being a Salesforce developer? That's just very salesy. It's very weird to say those things. How to learn Apex without grind? Without grind. What if I can say something like how to write your first Apex code in 2 weeks. I don't know. This is all like, that doesn't come together. Like, there are certain pieces of the presentation that all fit very well, and certain pieces like this one doesn't.
it's like I can't figure that out. Okay, I see people all the time that are like, their headlines are like, the fastest way to lose weight. Okay, the problem is that I can think like, what's the fastest way to lose weight? Probably cutting out carbs. Okay, in my head I think I can answer it, so then I don't register because I think I can answer it. You have to leave it so curious space they can't just answer it in their head. If you do that, that's what gets them to register and gets them to show up.
Okay, so there should be something that people can't figure out. How to learn Apex without grind. That's not as powerful as I wish it to be. Like, how to become. Right, let's leave it. How to become. Let's write here. How to become Salesforce developer without any coding skills in a few months. What about this one? And earn 130K a year. But this is not how to become a Salesforce developer without any coding skills in a few months. Like, this is not completely, I don't know, it's so hard to come up with those things because it takes a lot of time. You cannot become a developer. It kind of also depends, how do you define Salesforce developer? How do you define like at what point are you a developer? There's no such thing as it's just a slow gradient. Basically, you just kind of move from being non-technical to being a developer. You develop small things, then you develop bigger things, and then bigger things, and then you get the first job, and then on the job, like, even if you got the first job, doesn't mean you're a good developer, right? Without any coding skills, without any previous coding skills. Not that you're gonna need to develop in a previous, how do I read previous? How to become a Salesforce developer without any previous coding skills in a few months. Why not? And then people are gonna say, oh, I already tried so many times, like, it didn't really work. Then, oh, it's gonna take a lot of time, and it's hard, and I'm like, knock this one out. This, and this, and then it's done. I don't know, but this one sounds better. This one sounds better.
Okay, sometimes people register, they don't show up because it's not curious enough. Okay, so that's the key, guys. Is you gotta like invoke curiosity. Like, that's, I can't stress that enough. Of all of our split tests that we've done over the last 5 years, like, what I found consistently across the board is that the more curiosity based the headline is on a landing page, the more people will respond. If it's opting in, registering for registrar, or whatever. Okay, that's it. Okay, and so again, that ties in the whole. Now that becomes the title of my presentation. That becomes my one thing that ties into my 3 secrets. So all those pieces kind of come out here. A couple other things. Notice this picture back here. So you see his picture. Like, what does it look like? It doesn't make any sense, right? Okay, there's a theme here. Like, here's me doing the hang loose sign. Is that a phone? Is it hang loose? I'm holding this, like, picture. Looks like a website. In the background, there's this huge website back there. Like what is that, right? It's just raw curiosity. Like, I don't know what this is. We tested tons of different pictures back here, like beach scenes, all sorts of things. This one crushes them every single time. I think it's because, like, it doesn't make any sense, right? Like, what in the world is that? It doesn't make any sense. Okay, so there's kind of your theme. The less sense you make on your registration page and the more curiosity-based you are, the more people are going to opt in. So there's my hard, fast rule for that. All right, so that is one of our registration pages. I'm going to come here into ClickFunnels, and boom, I think this is the right one. Okay, so for me, in my market, like, I know that for my webinar, like, this is like the majority of my market I'm going after. Right? These are internet marketers, it's business opportunity seekers, it's people who this would be interesting to them, right? But I know that my product, as I scale this and grow it, I know there's going to be other markets that I also want to go after that this message isn't going to resonate with them, right? Like, a chiropractor is going to see this and they're not going to resonate with it. And so, but if they were on the webinar, it would resonate with them and they would buy the product. So I re-niche out my front end page to kind of to speak to different audiences, if that makes sense. So awesome. Of course, an application, everyone we're live. So anyway, I'll show you some of the other variations of pages here in a second. Right now I'm going to go through this. So here's my first page here that I'm going to register. So I'll register here, and you'll see now it takes me to page number 2 in the funnel. Hey, this is Rob. After they register, and then they land on this page. And on this page, this is where, my job's not done yet. I caused some curiosity, but now I got to, like, drive it home and get them to actually show up. So,
well, those funnel pages, they're so salesy, right? We don't buy into those things anymore. Like, whenever I see this funnel, I feel such a disgust against them. I don't think they work anymore because people somehow learned. I don't know. Whenever I see this, I get a real bad feeling. Like, I don't buy into those things, and I think it hurts a lot the brand to have such a thing. And maybe this is one of the beliefs that I'm wrong about, but everything here screams, don't make any other step.
So a couple things I do here. First thing, I got a video from me saying, hi, thank you so much for registering. And I'm talking to him like, this webinar class is going to be amazing. This is what it's called again.
Yeah, especially the designers. The designer. It's not only about design. It's like something about this whole page that is so off-putting because of the way how hard they try to sell you.
going to learn. I'm just getting them fired up and excited for that webinar, right? That's the first thing I do on this page here. Next thing I do is, for me, I like to have people, first off, write down the date and the time of the event so they don't forget. You have the date and time here. I added this because some people, like, they register and go to webinar and send the email for some reason. They're like, I need the email again. So I added it on this page. It's like, if you didn't get a webinar, you can re-register here. And this takes them just directly to the GoToWebinar page. So it's just kind of like a second backup. It's like when I went skydiving, the dude that was hooked to my back, he had 2 parachutes. And so I'm kind of a big believer in that, and just like throwing on a second parachute just in case. So that's my second parachute. For some reason, they didn't get the GoToWebinar link, right? Then over here now is I want them to do stuff before they show up to the event. Okay, there's a couple different schools of thought on this. One of them is, and this is like Frank Kern, he always sells something on his thank you page to try to cover his ad costs for the webinar, right? So, because if I spend, I think on average we're spending between $3 and $5 for someone to register for our webinar on Facebook. So I want to make sure that I recoup those costs before the webinar. So I usually on the thank you page, I'm selling something. So for me, what I'm selling is I give people a free 2-week trial to ClickFunnels. So my video says that, say, hey, thanks so much for registering for the webinar. Now, before you get on the webinar, I'm going to be talking to you guys about ClickFunnels. You need to go get a trial to ClickFunnels. If not, you're a moron. I don't want to say that, but go get a trial. Click on the button down below and go get a free trial. So they click on that. They go get their free trial, and then it starts putting them into that process. They start using the software. So now when they show up for the webinar, they're predisposed to it. They understand it. They're more likely to buy. Okay? The other concept, again, is like, let's say you're selling whatever. You're selling a $1,000 video course on the webinar. You might want to do like, hey, I've got a $27 video quick start guide. Go buy that right now. It's a quick start to help you get started into this whole video marketing, whatever, right? So I'm selling something to kind of help cover buying with me, okay? Human beings are really interesting characters. Like when we're in motion, it's hard to stop us. When we're not in motion, it's hard to get us started, right? And so I want to get the process started. I would rather somebody have bought something from me before I pitch them $1,000 things than not. And so I'm going to try to do that here on this page. So for me, I'm selling the free trial. So they're not buying anything, they're putting their credit card in before the webinar, right? And then I started doing this down here just to, again, make more money on lead costs. And I have step number 1, here's the dates, times of the webinar. Step number 2, go get your free trial. And then step number 3, go buy my book. Okay, so now I'm kind of selling 2 things here, but they're just kind of like, each of these are really simple offers. Free trial, free book, they put in their credit card, but now like I'm making money before the webinar ever starts. Does that make sense? So that's kind of what I'm doing on my registration page. A lot of different things. The core things, I'm getting them excited.
I can't really speak against this guy, right? But that's something that I'm definitely not gonna do for me.
About the webinar, making sure they write down dates and time. I'm trying to sell them something. So that's what I do on the thank you page. All right. This is called the death of a website. And so this is one I target when we're sending like chiropractors and doctors and dentists and professionals, people who don't know what a funnel is, but they know what a website is. And this one converts awesome. I have like a sales letter version of the registration page. I also have a video version that, again, normally I could find like 3 seconds, but it's just a little bit longer, and it's kind of explaining them like the death of a website, right? So I find something that again, my the webinar doesn't have to change because I'm still teaching the same thing, but it's a different hook that'll get that audience engaged. Because you'll find like if you start, you're building a webinar.
When you do webinars, you probably need good audio. Is my audio bad?
On Facebook traffic, and let's say after a while, like you're gonna run out of people to show it to. Like you're gonna show it to everyone in that market, right? After usually a couple months, we have what we call ad fatigue, where people have seen that offer so many times, like it stops responding as well.
I see.
Like $10 or $15, and it gets more expensive. So for me, it's all about like we re-niche the front end, and then we can target a different audience. So this was one version we had targeted, and I was trying to show you a bunch of them, but anyway, conceptually you can kind of see how that all works. All right. Cool. Let me pull my other screen over here, because next thing I'm going to show you the other registration or the pages.
Yo, that's not the way you market it. That's not the way you market it. Let's check that out. Let's check it out. You said you're a designer. Oh, wow. Okay. I see. Shows the wrong background color. I think if you, yeah, GitHub and Discord, that works at the moment. If you have a test account. Yeah, I mean, you definitely need to include some kind of, you need to think what should be the structure of your page if you wanna, like, here's my landing page is not done, but like, think about, here's just my opinion, here's what you're missing. You're missing the structure that's gonna say, because it's not enough to develop a tool. Like, I don't, like, when I went to this website, I don't understand what problem does it solve exactly. So here's the way I structured. For example, here I describe quickly what is the, or visually, what is the product that I have. And then I say, this product is perfect for you if blah, blah, blah. And then you have the outcomes. So if you can't, you have here problems that people face. And then you have the solutions, those problems. Then you describe it again a little bit more. And then you talk about features. Then you try to sell a little bit more. It's not perfect, but like, do this kind of structure. Like, think what is, show me here like in examples of pain points that I have. Maybe I'm not aware about these pain points. Maybe I'm not aware. So find those pain points and try to show these pain points for me, and then show how you solve these pain points with your app. It's well structured that way. Yeah, it's initial design. I understand that it's initial design. It's like an MVP. But I think you should build the sales page, the landing page, and then you should develop the product itself, not other way around. Because you can test then the landing page, and you can see, you can send it to a few people, and you can say, like me, for example, right? You can, if you had a nice sales page here, maybe I would be like, oh wow, that's interesting, let me leave an email. But here I don't really understand what exactly it does, so I'm not ready yet to leave the email. So go do that, and then send the app again into the chat. Okay, guys. So I think it's actually a good point to make a small break, because I kind of isn't ready for marketing. Yeah, I mean, if it's not ready for I mean, that's, you should start with marketing though. Like, you should start with marketing in most cases. Like, in my case, I do it in parallel, but I've been doing it for 2 years. For 2 last years, I've been teaching Apex. So I kind of get a feeling of what people need. And I kind of know what to launch. I spoke to hundreds of people, and I know what are their pain points. So if you don't have the same experience, you should first think about how you're gonna market the app, and only that. So first you market, you get, let's say, 100 people to sign up for the app, and then you build the app, not other way around. And this is something that I see in the indie hacking community a lot. Like, people first build something, and then they kind of launch, it flops, they make a few like small movements with the marketing, and that's it. No, you need to do so much effort with marketing. And I hope you're gonna see it in the next couple of weeks, how much effort goes into small things, how much effort goes into webinar, for example. We've been doing webinar for, the word sucks, but that's the only word I have. So we've been doing webinar for the last 2 days. It takes a lot of time and effort to do a good webinar. And it's gonna take even more time to write emails, to write a good copywriting. It takes a lot of time. So if you're building something, first try to market, try to get 100 people to sign up. I have for my course, I have a waiting list of 200 people. I have waiting list of 200 people, and I have almost 500 people who sign up for my free course, and I have almost 500 people who sign up for my newsletter. So like I tested that people actually need those things. So don't develop anything until you know that people need those things. How much do we break? So I kind of hungry. Coffee break. Like let's make lunch break. Lunch break. And I don't wanna pause the stream. Yeah, break sounds good. Lunch break. I'm gonna do lunch break 13:15 till 13:45. I think it's fair. It's fair, guys. I do need a little break. To provide yogurt. What? What yogurt? Oh yeah, and I'm gonna drink coffee finally. A lot of coffee. I just had one coffee. At some point, I'm gonna do coffee-free streams, weeks. I'm gonna do at some point 1 week without coffee. You're gonna see me here struggling live, but not this week. When we launch the course, okay, here's the promise. If I launch the course, as soon as I launch the course, I go 1 week caffeine free. Some more. Tea time. Tea also has caffeine. So it's not a remedy. But if you drink 5 cups of tea, it's one thing. If you drink 5 cups of coffee, that's like totally other story, which I do sometimes. It doesn't even have any influence. I'm just used to it. By the way, guys, I am a video editor. Oh, you're a video editor. You should see what kind of video I'm preparing. I'm preparing such a good video for the launch. I'm gonna do a lot of TikToks. I'm gonna do a lot of videos for the launch of the course. It's like, if you're a designer, you're gonna definitely don't find anything super cool in the streams. Like, you can see my designs and you can cry. If you're a video editor, you can see how I edit videos and cry. If you're a developer, you can see how I code and cry. And if you're a marketer, you can also see how I struggle with everything. What a nice stream, like. What a nice stream. Okay, guys, I'm gonna be in less than 30 minutes back. See you, everyone. Now let me put some music here. Most designers only drag and drop components. Kind of true.
I'm so beautiful without you. Now my skin glows.
Okay, that's much better. Well, I didn't make it. Let's increase it till 14. I am exactly on time. If you don't consider the... Oh my god, it's quite loud. If you don't consider the push for 15 minutes, then I'm quite on time. And of course, I have here my coffee. And the task will be... I think I have everything for the webinar. Now the task will be actually to knock out the webinar and do a good webinar. I am back. And I guess for the first time the views didn't increase when I was when I was away. Because all the previous time, whenever I just go and basically shut up and just do my lunch, the views are like double on YouTube. Okay, so what's the plan? The plan is still the same as before. Do a lunch break stream next. Exactly, that's what I thought. I just enable, like, you know, you do streams, you sometimes you try to be entertain, like do some entertainment, and then people just go to listen to music. I'm back, and with the coffee, of course. And with the neighbor who started drilling again. Nice. Love the neighbors. This one's done. Finish webinar video. Guess what? That's done as well. Well, is it done? No, let's see what the guy has here for finish. Because where's my music? Let me turn it off. Let's see. I don't think there's anything useful. Let's for a couple of seconds. Let's have a look. Oh, you can't hear probably.
Well, let's talk about conceptually, then I'll find the pages for you later. So here's conceptually now what we do. We call this the perfect webinar funnel. Okay. People always ask me, what day is the best day to do a webinar, and how long out should I start promoting it? What should I, blah, 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 all these things like that. So I'll kind of walk you guys through what we do. And this isn't 100% like the same for everything, right? Like if this, you know, a lot of these things are happening if I have somebody who's sending emails to promote the webinar. If I'm doing this on Facebook, it's going to change a little bit, but not dramatically. So just kind of keep that in mind that like this process will tweak based on the type of traffic you're sending to it. Okay, but I'm gonna kind of explain it as if I have a joint venture partner who's promoting this webinar, and then after I'll kind of tweak and show you how we do it if it's Facebook or some other type of ad source. Okay, so again, I call this the perfect webinar funnel. So in my perfect world, I like doing my webinars on Wednesday, and then again on Friday. Okay, so I'm doing 2 webinars each week. Okay, and the reason is a lot of people I know, it's funny, we had a bunch of students who were doing webinars once, they were doing like every Thursday or whatever. And so the webinar ended on Thursday, and Friday they start buying ads again. They drive ads Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And the show up rates were horrible. And at first they're all freaking out. It's like, oh, nobody's showing up. But we started digging deeper in the analytics, and what we found that was interesting is that their show up rates, people that registered Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday were really low. But people who registered Wednesday and Thursday were awesome. Like they were all showing up. It was just because like most of the people, again, their attention spans are so short that they don't remember that far out. And so you have to compress that time. So for me, I like about a 2.5 day lead time to a webinar. If I go maybe 3.5 days max, but not any longer than that. So that's why I like Wednesday, because I like to start my promotion on Monday, do a Monday promotion, Tuesday, Wednesday, then you do Wednesday webinar, and then kind of through there, okay? Because I don't want more than 2.5 days from when the first.
Well, it actually kind of works with me as I for some reason, for whatever reason, the last time I did the webinar, I scheduled on Wednesday and I said that I'm gonna do a webinar on Monday. And you'll be surprised that like almost everyone who could reach out on LinkedIn, almost everyone signed up from the people who actually wanted to go there. Like the show up rate was really high, and it seems to be working.
First could hear about it to when the webinar happens. If it goes further than that, the show up rate just starts tanking, okay? All right, so this is how I do. So Monday, I would have a joint venture partner promote my webinar registration page, okay? And then percentage of people will hit the confirmation page, and then they're gonna hopefully buy something, right? So you guys saw that process already. Then after they register for the webinar, I send them what we call an indoctrination process, or some indoctrination pages. These are pages to get them excited about the webinar, okay? Now, in a perfect world, what would happen is someone would register on Monday, then Monday they watch video number 1, Tuesday they watch video number 2, Wednesday morning they watch video number 3, and then they show up on the webinar, okay? And so many people stress out about that. Like, Russell, they registered on a Tuesday, and then the webinar happened, and they got the other videos later, and it's all messed up. And I keep trying to stress, like, it doesn't really matter. Like, these indoctrination pages are amplifiers. They're not necessary to the sale. They're there to help strengthen the sale. So a lot of times people register, they'll watch video number 1, then they get on the webinar, then they watch video 2, and then video 3, and then they buy after video 3, right? It doesn't matter kind of where these hit. It's just having them there because it intensifies their desire and their likelihood to purchase when they're actually on the webinar. Okay, does that make sense? So it just, don't stress out about like the timing, the sequencing, making sure it's perfect, because it won't ever be. So don't worry about it. Okay, so they register on Monday, boom, and then they start getting each day.
I'm gonna have a completely written sequence, so I'm not gonna have videos or something. I think it's way too salesy to send videos. Like, everyone is so tired of those videos. I'm just gonna have a really, and I think I'm better at writing than in speaking to the video, so I'm gonna write.
They get video number 1, video number 2, video number 3, and somewhere in that time they're watching the webinar, and I'm trying to sell them. Okay, so we push really hard for this live Wednesday webinar. So Monday mail, Tuesday mail, Wednesday we mail in the morning, and then Wednesday we mail an hour before the webinar actually happens again. Okay, and a couple other tricks. I know Joel knows these. A couple other things we do. If you're using GoToWebinar, a cool trick you can do is GoToWebinar will send a message out an hour before the webinar saying, don't forget your webinar starts in an hour. So what we do is that we 10 to 15 minutes before the webinar starts, I log into GoToWebinar, and then I change the title of the webinar from Russell's Cool Webinar to asterisk asterisk starting now, all in bold caps, asterisk asterisk, and then Russell's Cool Webinar. So I change the title of it, and it says, hey, do you want to notify all participants of the change of title? I say yes. It says, a couple other tricks is if you grab cell phone numbers and you text.
One of the things, so the plan is following. I'm gonna create the webinar itself, and then we're gonna need to figure out the tech behind the webinar, and that's gonna be hard. Like, I already researched this part. At some point, I didn't find anything that would work well. Like, I need a software that basically you can send custom emails. Second, you can define custom emails when you're gonna send them, and that's gonna provide also a good landing page for the webinar itself. Like, it shouldn't be super fancy, but it should exist at least. I should be able to create my own custom landing page for the webinar. Didn't really find a software to do that. I tried Zoom, and it's so hell expensive. Like, Zoom webinars, which is fine. I can buy it for one. Zoom webinars. How much they cost? Yeah, look at this. If you want to have 500 people, look at this. 600. Like, this is hell expensive. And I tried them, and they don't allow you to send custom emails at custom times. So that I can already ruled out. Even if we monthly 100, that's still way too expensive. What, 75 per month? Yeah.
Text usually an hour before the webinar, and then again like 10 minutes before the webinar. So using that works as well. Those are all things I'm doing to get people to show up to the webinar, right? And again, if I've used a lot of curiosity, if my indoctrination videos strengthen the webinar and get people more excited, more interested in showing up, it'll increase your show up rates. All those, I mean, there's a lot of pieces that go into that, but all those things together will help increase your show up rates. Okay. You know, if your show up rates are under 20%, like you're in trouble. Like either the market's horrible or they're not getting emails, or it could be a lot of different things. But if it's sub 20%, it's gonna be hard to make the metrics work. Between 20% and like 40% is awesome. If you go above 40%, give me a call and let me know how you did it, because that's amazing. Okay, so that's how we do it. So then the webinar happens on Wednesday. We do this one live, and I love doing webinars live. And I want to sell you on why you should do webinars live first. One of the main reasons why you need to do it live, a whole bunch of times, not just once, is every time you do the webinar, you learn different things about why people are not buying. In fact, the very first time I did the ClickFunnels webinar, I was at an event in San Diego. I was speaking at Mike Philsim's event, and I think I closed like 38% of the room. It was awesome. It was like my first. It was the first time I had done the webinar, stage presentation, and it worked. And then the next morning I was flying out, and I met this lady in the lobby, and she's like, "Hey, your presentation was awesome, and I wish I could have bought, but like I don't have a supplement." I'm like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "Well, I don't have a supplement, and I can't really buy." I'm like, "Well, this isn't about supplements. This is about like anything. I was just showing a supplement as an example." She's like, "Really?" I'm like, "Well, what do you do?" She's like, "Oh, I'm a coach." I'm like, This is like made for coaches." She's like, "Really?" I'm like, "Yeah." And so she's like, "Well, me and like 3 of my friends, we wanted to buy, but we don't have a supplement. But if we can buy, like, we're gonna buy." So they ran back and like ended up buying the next day when they found out that it worked for anyone, right? And I was like, "Well, it always worked for anyone," but she just didn't know that. But I never would have known that either if she didn't tell me that. So she told me that. And so what happened next? Let me see if I can show you my slides. So after she told me that, I went back to my slides and check this out. You guys will see how I transition this. So after I teach the very first.
I was in San Diego and it was awesome. I met so cool people and they were really like, "This is best product, you should buy it, dude." So it wasn't blah blah. Yeah. Yeah.
First thing, I show my supplement funnel. Then I come right here and I say, because Jamel shares their supplement funnel in video. Okay, that's why they're like, "Oh, I wish I had a supplement funnel like his." So I came back, I had this slide, I said like, "Well, who does this work for?" Okay, obviously it works for people's supplement funnels, but also works for coaching funnels and info product funnels and e-commerce funnels and real business funnels. It works for all types of businesses. For example, here's my coaching funnel. How many of you guys are coaches or you want to be a coach? And they're like half the audience. I'm like, "Cool, well, this is my coaching funnel. It makes me 70 grand a week. You should knock it off." How many guys sell information products? Here's my info product funnel. You should knock it off. Here's my e-commerce funnel. You should knock it off. Here's my chiropractor's funnel. You should knock it off. So I'm showing them all these examples. And now if they're a chiropractor, they're like, "Oh, this does work for me." Or if they're an e-commerce, like, "Oh, it works for me." Okay, and they all of a sudden they get it in all these other markets. And I didn't know that until she told me that she didn't understand it. So when she told me that, I tweaked that and increased my conversions, right? Then we got back from the event. The next Tuesday, I did a webinar. I had 2 webinars that day, one in the morning, one in the afternoon. We had more people registered for the morning webinar. I did the webinar, and it did all right. We made like $30,000 in sales, and I was kind of upset. And so afterwards, I'm like, "Why aren't people buying?" And I told my staff, I'm like, "Export all of the Q&A from GoToWebinar, and I need to see why people aren't buying." And so I spent like 30 minutes reading every single question people had submitted, and all of a sudden I was like, wow, everyone's having questions about this and about this and about this, and I found out all these questions. I went back in and I tweaked my slides. I changed a whole bunch of stuff. I moved things around. I changed the order. I shared case studies that would help strengthen positionings. I tried to answer all the questions people had. And then after I did that, then that is like 4 hours later, I had the webinar. So I'm going as fast as I can. The webinar happens. I get on. We had less people on that webinar. I did the webinar, and then when we closed it, we did $120,000 in sales on the live webinar. 4 times as much from a couple tweaks. When that webinar was over, I was like, "Holy crap, we made way more money. Hey, export all the questions. Let's find out what people are stuck at." Exported the questions. I read them all, came back, tweaked my slides. 3 days later, another presentation, boom, did 150 grand in sales. And export the questions, and I've done the webinar live probably, 40 or 50 times. Every time I export the questions and I change my slides. So this is a living, breathing thing that's always changing and always evolving. If I would have done one automated webinar and then just used that, I would have left millions and millions of dollars on the line. So there's a long rant to tell you to do your webinars live the first time, right? So I do the webinar live on Wednesday. When it's done, then I transition over and we say to instead of going directly like, "Hey, there's another replay," because the problem is like a lot of people get on the webinar and then they're waiting for a replay. and so they never show up. And I will always make more money if they show up, okay? And so I need them to show up. So what we do is we try to train them. And the webinar's over and say, hey, webinar is amazing. A ton of people want, are interested in it. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a live encore. I don't say live. So we're going to do an encore webinar this Friday at the exact same time. You need to be on it, okay? So then we promote that Thursday. Say, hey, Friday's webinar, so have them go re-register. So they re-register, get some of the videos. Send them.
What is this encore? It's like exactly the same webinar, but just for those people who missed it?
On Friday morning, and then Friday an hour before, hey, webinar's happening. And now we got all these people re-engaged in the sequence, rewatching the videos, and now a huge percentage show up that didn't show up the first time because they're like, man, this was so good, I missed it. The encore's happening, so they came with the encore, and then we sell them again. Now this time on the Friday webinar, I do not do those ones live. I take the recording from the earlier Wednesday webinar, and then we replay that. And for us, we use GoToWebinar, so we replay it through GoToWebinar, and that's how we do the Friday webinar. Okay, there's people you can hire out. There's a couple different companies that will actually, they'll log into your GoToWebinar account, they'll record your Wednesday webinar, and they'll go and they'll push play on a video, and it looks like it's live. People have no idea that it's not live because it looks live, and I have my entire staff logged in to GoToWebinar answering Q&A during the webinar, and so it makes it seem very, very live. And usually we'll get not quite as many, but almost as many sales from the Friday webinar as we do the Wednesday webinar. Then when the Friday one's over, now we transition into like our a replay they can go watch online. So Saturday morning they get an email for a replay. Then Sunday morning they get an email for the replay. Plus what we do is we print out the cliff notes of the webinar, which is basically we take a screenshot of every one of the slides and with some text that kind of explains, that kind of they can read through the webinar. And I have it in big PDFs, like a 70-page PDF. So I'm like, here's the replay, but if you're in a rush, print out the cliff notes right now and go read these because this offer's going away tonight at midnight. Like you need to go, here's the cliff notes, read it really, really quick. And then Sunday we do one more email 6 hours before we close the cart, which gives them the replay, gives them the cliff notes, plus gives them urgency and scarcity. Now I don't know what it is about humans, but if we don't have urgency and scarcity, half the times we won't ever move. We get about a third of our sales in the last 6 hours every single time. And it comes from us saying 6 hours left and this offer disappears forever. If you want ClickFunnels for free for a year, you've got 6 hours, go. And people all of a sudden are good at making decisions when something's about to disappear. And that right there is the sequence we take them through. So that's what I call the perfect webinar funnel. Now again, this is based on a joint venture partner emailing their list or us emailing list, right? They're sending 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 emails, which may seem like a lot. Some people will never send you 10 emails. Some people will. So we try to get that. And they're like, I'm not going to do 10 emails. I'm like, okay, how about you do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then let's do a Thursday and the Sunday, whatever it is, right? I get as many as I can out of them because the more they get, the more money they'll make, the more money we'll make. Okay, now I want to give you guys an idea of how much more money you can make with this. So I've done the webinar with the Funnel Hacks webinar with Mike Philsame 3 times in the last 8 months. First time we did like 150 grand. Second time we did like, I don't know, 80 or 90 grand. But it was like 3 months later. I'm like, obviously, everyone who bought it started going to buy. And then we did it one more time like last month. And last month we said, let's follow this process to a T. So we mapped it out and we did it. On the webinar live, we did $80,000 live. And then through the whole sequence, when it was all said and done, we ended up doing $250,000 in total sales. So we more than doubled our sales from the webinar through this replay sequence. Okay, so was it worth it? Heck yes, it was worth it, right? So it's awesome. Now, some of you guys may not have JV partners or emailing, so you may say, how's this work for me? Same process. I'd be driving Facebook ads Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to the registration page. And then Thursday, Friday, I changed the message to webinar was amazing, encore replay happening here. And I changed my Facebook ads to here, Saturday, Sunday. And I also have after someone registers here, then the email sequence internally is going through and pushing people to Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Okay, so that's kind of how we do it. Hopefully that makes sense. All right, let me show you guys. I think I might have found the 3 indoctrination pages. Let me see if I can pull them up real quick. And this is the sequence. It'll do amazing.
I can't see anything there. It's so blurry.
Boom, boom, boom. So this will be
like the quality of the presentation is not the best.
53% conversion rate on the landing page. Told you what, this curiosity-based web registration pages work.
That's
like
sick.
crazy.
53%.
Okay, let me see if this is the right
62%.
page.
That's
It
even more.
is. All right, cool. This is the right one. So it's just loading here. Okay, so these are the videos. After the register, I sent out these 3 videos here in a row. So this is video number 1. All right, and I kind of went. Sometimes I get thematic. Is that the right word? Dramatic. I get all excited, so we do these high production videos. You don't have to do these. Most of our students just do iPhone videos, but we filmed this whole thing in the Octagon. It was really fun, right? So video number 1 was the anatomy of a $500,000 a month sales funnel. Video number 2 is how to design your funnel, and video number 3 is how to build your funnel in 10 minutes. Okay, so I kind of do similar like a product launch. If you guys seen product launches before, so the first thing they get video number 1. Hey, here's the anatomy of a $500,000 a month funnel. So they get to watch this video. It's kind of fun, entertaining. So
Why? YOLO.
And kind of just. They should try out. And this is where I show the funnel, and I just kind of they see that process, right? A couple things. What else I do? I'm reminding them, hey, the webinar's happening here. Don't forget your free ClickFunnels account. Here's the 3 secrets. So I have these other things on the page as well. Just keep reminding them that this is happening. But that's kind of that's page number 1, right? Then the next day they get video number 2, which is right here. Okay, this is when I talk about how to design your funnel. Okay, so it starts in the Octagon back here with these guys. And then I come here to the office and actually we map out a funnel together, me and Mandy, and gets them all excited. So now I see here's the funnel. So I show them how to design their funnel. So now they're like, oh, cool, now how to design a funnel. Okay. And then video number 3 now is then I show, so the whole point is I try to show like, here's Chris, who's like a really good designer. Here's Mandy, who's like an author who's never designed anything. And Mandy is able to beat Chris in how fast to build their sales funnel. Like she built her whole funnel in time. He started like halfway through the landing page, which is kind of fun. And then we transition, and then I do a demo on ClickFunnels. Okay, so you see how like those 3 videos just gets them excited about ClickFunnels and the webinar and what's happening, all those kind of things. And that's kind of the point of these, is just to get people excited so they're going to actually want to show up on the webinar. Okay, and again, everything on the page around here is, here's your ticket again. Webinar's happening in 2 days. Write down these steps. Here's a video talking about what ClickFunnels is. And so it gets them more and more excited. So when they show up at the webinar, I'm like, how many of you guys know what ClickFunnels is? Half people are like, oh, I signed up yesterday. Oh, I just found out about ClickFunnels. And a lot of times it's funny, like they don't even remember that like I'm the one that told them to sign up, but they're like, oh, I heard about that somewhere the other day. It's like, yeah, on the emails I sent out to you about talking about ClickFunnels, which is kind of fun. Okay, now one more metric I want to share with you guys on this to kind of hopefully drive this whole thing home. So when we launched this webinar initially, and again, we've gone from, ClickFunnels, when we first started trying to sell ClickFunnels, we did a big product launch around it and it completely bombed. We had, way less signups than I thought. I was kind of embarrassed. And so for about 2 months, I was just like depressed. I'm like, we spent like millions of dollars building ClickFunnels. Like, I know it's the greatest thing since sliced bread, but nobody's buying it. Like, what's wrong? And luckily, my friend Mike Philsame was like, hey man, I want you to come to my event and sell ClickFunnels. And I was like, I can't sell, like we have free trial. Nobody's even buying it, man. Like, I don't get it. And he's like, I don't care. I've got you on the docket. People are planning you and you speaking on ClickFunnels. You got to figure it out and you have to sell something for $1,000. And I was like, oh man. And I literally didn't even start my presentation until his event started. I was still in Boise, Idaho. His event started in San Diego and they were streaming it live online. So I had it on one of my monitors. I'm watching this thing, right? And then, so I'm watching the webinar happen, or the live event. So this is like Friday. So this Friday, I started my presentation. I'm flying out Saturday morning, and I speak Saturday afternoon. And so, like, I started this process the same way you guys should start it. I opened up the perfect webinar script, opened my PowerPoints, and I started filling the blanks. I'm literally watching the event happen live while I'm, like, filling in the PowerPoints here. It took me about a day to get this whole thing, like, a hard day, because I was working really hard to get it all done. Put the whole thing together. Jumped in a plane the next morning, flew to San Diego, got up on stage, gave the presentation, just followed my own template, didn't even deviate, just followed it to a T, and we closed 38% of the room, and it just worked. And I went through the process I kind of told you guys about, and it's been less than a year since that. It was back, I think it's 2 months from when that webinar happens. And that webinar has taken ClickFunnels from being this tiny little company to we're doing over $1 million a month right now, and soon we'll be at about $2 million a month. It's just growing really, really rapidly. And it all came off this webinar, 100%. Now what happens is a percentage of people will come into this funnel, they watch the webinar, and then they buy. But we found for every single person who buys live on the webinar, 3 people sign up for the trial. And so while not everybody buys on the webinar, a huge percentage are joining our continuity program and now paying us monthly to be in there. And so it's just grown the residuals of our business as well. And so if you look at that as a whole, I'm not telling this to brag, I'm telling you guys to inspire you that like one webinar can change your life. I remember when I was growing up in this whole marketing world, I read a thing from Gary Halbert. He said that one idea properly exploited while walking, one idea you have while walking on a beach, properly exploited, will make more money, can make more money than 10 lifetimes of hard work. He also said that you're only one sales letter away from being rich. And I'm a big believer in that, like with webinars. Like one webinar can change your life. Like it has for me. One webinar and it has changed my life, changed my family's life, changed my team's life, changed my entire focus in life because it worked. Because it inspires people, it gets them to take action. If you do it the right way, it's not like something like you're selling something. Like people love it. They love being inspired and getting ideas. And when you shatter their belief patterns, now they're like, wow, like this is like I can actually do this now. Like you are changing people's lives, and the result from that is the money that you're able to make on the backside of it. So I just want to stress that that's why I came on this. I know what Joel is doing is powerful. I've seen what he's done with other clients, and it's been fun watching him. I know what is done for my company. I know what it can do for your guys' company, and that's why I came volunteering my time. I'm not making any money off this. I just want to share this with you guys because if you do this, you can become financially free, and it's worth studying. It's worth figuring out how to create the perfect webinar. It's worth doing tons and tons of tests. It's worth embarrassing yourself on stage for 10 years, and hopefully you won't have to do that because I've given you guys, a new starting point. But it's worth it. One good idea properly exploited is worth more than 10 lifetimes of hard work, and I believe that, and it's true with this webinar. So I hope that was beneficial for you guys. I hope you enjoyed.
That was awesome presentation. Like that was awesome presentation. And I assume they have this whole funnels, right? Start your free trial. So let's see. Let's do. If they actually provide all the tech that you need for running a webinar, that's good. It's like good stuff. Ah, they wanted my card. Should I give them my card or should I not? You know what? Let's first figure out the webinar itself, and then I'm gonna figure out the tech. The tech part will be fine. We'll figure it out to some degree. So where's my webinar? That's my webinar that I used to have, from admin to developer. Let me. Is it the last version though? I think I had. I think I had the better version though. Here, version 2. That's a newer version. That's the... Okay, so here I'm gonna include... That's all the people who said, yeah, hi, that was awesome. Okay, so this is my... Let me actually show how it looks. So in like very approximately. So here I make a promise what you will learn. Then I explain that here you're probably one of those people. Here also the problems that you face. Then I speak about myself a little bit, my path and common mistakes. Then I speak why Salesforce makes sense. Speak about the path of a developer and how long it takes. Then speak about salaries, and then I speak about what to start, about some resources. And then I'm like, it took me 4 years, you can do it in 2 years. You don't need to figure out everything on your own. When I started, didn't have blah blah blah. In the last 2 years, I've been teaching. I can help you. I developed such a program. That's how it works. Here, what you're gonna get. Start next Monday. Here are the sales. So instead of 3,000, you're gonna pay just 2,000. Instead of this, you're gonna pay this. Blah blah blah, and 100% refund in the first month. monthly payments available. Then go and pay with the link. Give me money basically, and then Q&A. That's the webinar I used to have. And the idea, I mean, this is already reworked. This is before the previous one was even less. Now I have what, 77? If we don't count Q&A, I have 66. Yeah, I have 66. And here I speak about the salary. But I have put like almost zero thought into my whole webinar. So now, before I do all of that, I'm gonna... And this is my big task. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to finish it this weekend. I'm gonna take my time and I'm gonna spend as much time as I need, because it's important to make a really good webinar. So what is the structure that this guy talks about? Let's take the structure. Let me make a screenshot of the structure. Perfect webinar. Or is there some perfect webinar script in 2024? Okay, get the training here. Oh my god, again, look at this. Look at the salesy things. Like, I hate it. It looks so awful. Like this blue and then red something.
Hey, my name is Russell Brunson, and I'm here today because I want to give you something that I call the perfect webinar script. This is my framework for how I create webinars that sell. But before I give you access to the perfect webinar, I need to tell you the backstory about how this thing got created. Okay, this is
Just 7. I'm not gonna give them my $7 because I can see this whole thing. The only thing that I need here, lunch break over for quite time. Look at this. They say value blah blah blah, value just for $7. Like, what the like, how like, discover my #1 closing technique, the stack, value 197. Why 197? Why not 200? Like, why not 300? Why not 50? This whole thing, it looks so fake, and this is why I'm not gonna implement it. I still need to learn a lot of things from how they do it. But I'm not gonna implement this whole thing. Okay, I see. Perfect webinar. What about this one video? Is it the same video? Yes, it's exactly the same video. Does it have a better quality? No. Let's just make a screenshot out of it. That's fine. That's just enough for me. Yeah, it's very much the most ugly design I've ever seen. Yeah, but it sells, right? Maybe we are a little bit designers, but we want to sell. That's the most important thing. Not design well. So whatever sells makes me happy. What is this link though? Ah, okay, I already checked out this one. What is this one? Same one. This one checked out. This one. Okay, I see. So this is another webinar. I'm not gonna do it now because I wanna implement first what I learned. Okay. Hey, where are you going? So first we need intro. Intro, right? Bold promise. Bold promise. Bold promise of what? Bold promise of webinar itself? I would say yeah. Let's see what this guy say. Okay, so this is his bold promise. My bold promise is how to become a Salesforce developer. How to become a Salesforce developer without any previous coding skills in just a few months. This is my bold promise. Without any coding skills in a few months. Those are 3 pieces of information that are important. How to become a Salesforce developer without any previous coding skills in a few months. And first I'm gonna just write down everything, like all the information that I need and structure of my webinar, and then I'm gonna style it. Style is not as important, as we see by this guy, making millions, no style. So style is not that important. So then hook to the end. And let me call it bold promise. Now this is hook to the end. If you stay until the end, I will send you a step by step guide on how to become a developer, Salesforce developer. And I don't have the guide now, but I'm gonna develop it. It's something that I wanted to develop for quite a long time, but I didn't. So at some point I do need to develop it. Okay, so PDF with the roadmap, yeah, PDF with the roadmap. Command annotation, not gonna do that. Qualify yourself. Why should people listen to me? Why should they listen to you? And I'm gonna go, and I already have done this thing here. I think it's quite well. How to make it, let's say I want to make it 35, 34. Still a lot of text, right? So this I'm not gonna write it down. I'm just gonna say it. And this is also what I'm not gonna write. So I'm gonna write only those things. That I delivered over $1 million in value as a Salesforce developer, graduated from top computer science university in Germany, worked with some fastest growing startups in Europe, taught 100 people plus how to code in the last 2 years, and I quit my job and focused full time on teaching Salesforce development. This is why you should listen to me. And I hope it's convincing for people. Okay. This is why people should listen to me. Okay. What is future pace? What is future pace? What the hell is that?
bills. One day I was listening to a teleseminar. Someone told me how they were a millionaire, and I thought, I want to be a millionaire. And so this is how I become a millionaire. You make $2,000 a day, and for me, I started making these little funnels, and most of them flop, but every once in a while one would work. Commanding attention. This starts from the second you start the webinar. Me talking loud, energy, commanding attention. Then you come into qualifying yourself, like, why should they care about you? So I come here and I'm like, hey, I'm Russell. Here's me, Tony Robbins. Me, Richard Branson. Here's me sleeping. And I just kind of like, I'm showing them that they should care that I'm the one presenting. And that's my introduction. So does that make sense, you guys? Do you see how that introduction, now you're like, man, I can, like, this is going to be amazing. I want to see how it works. Okay. All right. Good questions. Okay. All right. So that's kind of my introduction. Okay. And you guys have fun with it. You don't have to like follow, like, don't be like me, just follow it to a T. Like, I always try making fun and interesting, and then I always see like everyone just copies me. So like for me, I talk about this and I'm like, no, you gotta make me a promise. I see this on copy me, like, for your personality. If you do that, that's how you're gonna keep people on, because that's gonna be your big drop in our timeline. It was like, and past that 10-minute mark, and you got to drop off. Transition over. This is like for me was the missing piece. I used to do an intro and then I would just talk for like an hour, and then I would go over into the stack and the closes. And I learned this concept from a guy named Jason Fladlin. Some of you guys may know him. He's got a webinar.
Okay, I can find the right
product.
part.
And the webinar product was good. It was really good. But the biggest thing I got out of it was how to structure the content. And I've changed how I do it a little bit. But definitely, like, I was heavily influenced by what he was doing. Okay, because you can just teach to teach. But if you teach the right way, if you teach this way, every single thing you're doing will set up the sell at the end, and it'll have people leave feeling amazing. Okay. All right. So here's kind of the concept. The first thing, and I'm a huge believer.
Yeah. Okay. I cannot find really this part. That's fine. Okay, now the content itself. How to become a Salesforce developer without any coding skills in a few months. Okay, and then secrets. These 3 secrets. Co-working is really nice. What do you mean co-working? Like co-working place? Like we're doing right now. Yeah. I'm working, you're working, we could ask. What are you working? What are you working on? UI library. Yeah, I see. Code on my own. Tried many courses, but can't write code on my own. This is super frequent problem. Hello, hello, welcome. Second problem. Learning how to code takes a lot of time. Okay, I'm gonna deviate here. I'm gonna say most resources are not beginner. From India, hi to India. Most resources are not beginner friendly. Not beginner friendly. And the problem number 3, it is hard to learn how to code. I'm just chatting with my head, don't worry. I'm joking. I stream both to YouTube and Twitch. So if people on YouTube see me answering to someone, I didn't find time to properly make a chat here, because it's like the chat that I have, it's super small, like tiny, you can't read anything there. And I just wanna have it sticky here. But if I do it, like I wanna make it how to call it? Like I wanna increase the opacity there. And I didn't do that. And that's why it looks strange. Code. Most resources not beginner friendly. It is hard to learn how to code. Or I would say it takes a lot of time to learn how to code. So those are kind of the problems, but I'm not supposed to make the problems statement. I'm supposed, at least that's what I understand from this guy, that I'm supposed to write something like this. Secret 1. How to learn how to code in, or how to deploy your first code already this month. Secret 2. And he has all the time, he has how to, right? How to ethically steal over 1 million of funnel hacks from your competitors for under $100. How to clone their proven funnel in less than 10 minutes. How to get the same customers to start coming to your website instead. So he has this how to things. Which kind of solve all the, like, they knock out, not directly, SEO highest as mentioned before. Yeah, it's not directly SEO highest, right? It's yeah, I mean, you see what you mean? It's possible to do with the SEO highest, yeah. Damn, this is hard. Like this webinar things, this is hard. I mean, but this is a good exercise in general to understand what kind of, to structure what sales do you want to make, what are the pain points that you're trying to address and trying to solve. Already this month. Without any previous knowledge. And secret 3. How to I don't know how to. It takes a lot of time. Here's the thing, I don't promise people that they're gonna be developers in 1 month, but I can promise that they will be able to deploy their first code in the first month. I can promise that. If they follow the program, if they solve everything in the program, they will be able to write meaningful production-ready code in the first month. How to deploy your first code already this month? How to start with Salesforce development without any previous knowledge? I met an EBM certificate, 12 courses took over half a year. If I didn't have any pre-knowledge, I would still be learning for it. Yeah, I mean, it takes, yeah, it takes a lot of effort. Like, I'm not denying that it takes a lot of effort. And it depends a lot on the person who studies it. Like, if you put in the hours, if you really want to become a developer, you are already 10x developer. Done. Where's my $1,000? Yeah, this is... I don't want to overpromise people, but I also don't want to underpromise, because cool, thanks. Can't accept, unfortunately, for now. Sitting here on millions. Yeah, I am kind of tired of underselling the program. I've been underselling the program for a very long time. Now let me try to make it more salesy. How to deploy your first code already this month. How to start with Salesforce development without any previous knowledge. I don't want to talk anything about the job, so like we could write as a secret tree like how to get a job, but no, I don't want to write it because the job market now is really hard. So I don't want to promise people that they're going to be able to get a job. Definitely no. Oh, I think I know. How to know what to study to increase your market value. That's nice. That's nice. Is it good? I think it's good. How to deploy your first code already this month. How to start with Salesforce development without any previous knowledge. How to know what to study to increase your market value. Bah! That's good. It's good stuff. As you see, it's totally different from here, but this is how it works. This is how it works. And I bet it's gonna be different in a couple of days as well, because still gonna be a lot of reworking. Who this works for? This is something that I also wanna get. Who this works for? Who this works for? Admins. Consultants. Beginner developers. Architects. Architects. I think that's it. Architects. Breaking into Salesforce ecosystem. So currently the market for everyone who breaks into the Salesforce ecosystem is so heavy that at some point it might even make sense to go just into the developer route immediately, because all this like admin path is really competitive now. Who this works for? Okay, and now the actual content. Now the actual content of this guy, right? And I guess how to, and I guess those all things, they should go like this one by one. Like this is gonna be basically the content, kind of. Okay, let me hide page. So this is. Let me actually delete those pages. I don't need them. No, I do need them, but I'm gonna then put it the same slide. So those are the problems that we are solving. Here's how it looks. How to become a Salesforce developer without any previous coding skills in a few months. If you stay till the end, I will send you a PDF roadmap how to becoming the step by step. I will send you a step by step PDF with a roadmap to becoming a Salesforce developer. Why should you listen to me? Why should I listen to you? Then secret number 1: how to deploy your first code already this month, how to start the Salesforce developer, how to know what to study to increase your market value. Bam. Next, who is this for? And then I can maybe say who is this not for. It's not for people who already write quite confident code. It's not for people who have no idea about Salesforce at all. That's not for people who want to learn how to code outside of the Salesforce ecosystem. I'm gonna speak one by one about those things, right? So first, gonna be the secret number 1: how to deploy your first code this month. And here, this is where I'm gonna ask: how many of you people think that you need to learn Apex? Apex is a language, it's a Salesforce language, right? How many of you think that you need to learn Apex to become a Salesforce developer? Well, guess what? You don't need to learn Apex. You know how long it took me to learn Apex? 1 week. Because I was already a developer before. I was developing with Java. I was developing with JavaScript. And I knew how to write everything. I just had to learn how to write it in Apex, and then I knew how to get started. Like, you don't need to learn Apex. You don't have, if you think you need to learn Apex, you don't have Apex problem. You have, in general, coding problem. So you don't know how to code. That's the main problem, not the Apex itself. Let me make it bold. Already this month. How many of you think you need to learn how to code? You need to learn how to code. Yep. And on that, I already have a few slides. Learn to code, learn to program. The same, how to write a book. Learn to write words and then put words into the story. So for those who are listening, what is the difference between coding and programming? Like, what is the difference between person who knows how to code and person who knows who is a developer, a programmer? The difference is that learning how to code is basically learning the syntax of the language, is learning the programming concepts, is basically learn how to solve problems with coding. Learning how to program is taking your coding knowledge and applying it on the business problems. So it's basically solving the business problems with your coding knowledge. That's the difference. Do you use Calendly? Yeah, I use Calendly. It's perfect for one-on-one meetings. I wouldn't say it's perfect, but it works. I wanted to try out cal.com. Cal.com. I saw people using it, and it looks quite cool. I don't know if it's paid or something, but connect your calendars, scheduling from your team. How much does it cost? Already in use? What do you mean? Who is using this? Who can use my name? There are not that many people with exactly the same combination. What the hell? Who is this guy? What if it's me? What if it's me? It could be me. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. It looks like they're using... It looks very similar to the ShadCN library. Look at this. Maybe they're using ShadCN. Look. Yeah, it looks like it was indeed me. Yeah, look at this. It was me. I just forgot that I registered there. Yeah, so what is the pricing for? What the hell? They can't even show me the billing. What is the billing? Is it free? Okay, whatever. It doesn't really matter for now. I'm getting so distracted. So yeah, learning how to code, learning how to program, those are two different things. The best analogy is with how you want to write a book, right? If you want to write the book and first you try to, let's say you wanna write the book and you're like, oh, I'm gonna write it in Japanese, and then you go and try to immediately write the book without learning how to write the language. That's not gonna work. Like the example is so absurd that when I say this example, people are like, "Duh, of course it's not gonna work." But when you say it about programming, people don't really get it. Like, you cannot program, you cannot go and solve business cases until you learn the syntax, until you learned the basics of the programming language. First, you need to learn how to speak the language, and then you can take this language and apply it to the real business cases. It's gonna take a bit of time. So whenever people, in a lot of cases, 99% of the cases, when people go to me and say, "Hey Igor, I want to learn, I tried so many things, I want to learn how to code, I want to learn Apex, and I really don't know how to do that," in a lot of cases you're like, no, you don't need to learn Apex, you need to learn coding. Doesn't matter where you learn it. You can learn it on Java, you can learn it on like whatever language you want. If you want to do it yourself, go learn whatever language you want. and then go back and see how easy it's gonna be to program on Apex, because you already gonna know how to code. But if you don't want to go and learn it on other programming languages, then go to me and learn it immediately with me in my course. Learn how to code, learn how to program. It took me 1 week to learn Apex. 1 week. 1 week because I was a developer before. I knew how to write code. So don't try to learn Apex. Try to learn coding. So how to do it already next month? How long it takes to learn coding? Three to 6 months. So can I learn coding in 3 months? It kind of is 25 too late to start coding? What the hell? Who has this type of question? Is 18 too late to start coding? Is 20 too late to get registered on the TikTok? Is 25 too late to learn how to code? No. So learning how to code, I have somewhere here a Miro board in that goes about learning how to code. Let me try to see if I still have the access there. Okay, so this is the later you start, the more experience you bring with you anyway. Yeah, it kind of depends if you already have some knowledge before. Like if you've been working in sales all the time and then you learn how to code, it's such a good combination. If you worked in any other field where you can transfer the knowledge and then you learn how to code, it's such a good transfer. And people really underestimate. You can find the skills that you can transfer basically in any other field. Even if you're babysitting, you basically learned all the soft skills that you need to manage to work in the team. Because what you're gonna need to do with developers, basically babysitting. Okay, so here, this is the map, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's say 9 topics. So let's say 10 topics. Let's round up. Let's say you have 10 topics. So how long does it take learn to code? You have 10 topics. Let's say each of them takes you 20 hours. 20 hours to learn. It's 200 hours. So 200 hours to learn how to code. If you distribute it by, let's say every day you're gonna learn 5 hours, 40 days. So you can knock out coding really quick, like to some extent. You can go in like 40 days, in basically if 40 or 30 days, from zero idea about coding to be able to write already some stuff. And it's completely on your own. If you have a good program, then to learn how to code, it's gonna take you what, on each topic. Let me think how much of each topic. On each topic, you're gonna need to spend, let's say, 10 hours. Let's say, okay, let's give it more. Like, let's say 14 hours. 14 hours. Divided by 30, 4 hours a day. So you spend 4 hours a day, every day, 4 hours a day, and you go in 1 month from no idea about coding to being able to deploy something into production. And it's real. I've seen people doing that. It's not as hard as people think. It's real. Well, now I need to take this, what I just said, and put it into the presentation, because I'm confident that it's possible, because I saw people doing that. Just need to convince that it's possible. But the intensity should be, like, the intensity should be there. It's not possible to, it's not a silver bullet. You can shorten the amount of time that you need, from 200 hours to 100 hours, but you can't do it in 10 hours. You still need to put in the hours. But if you have a plan that is outlined for you, then you need half of the time. So it took me 1 week to learn Apex. There are 12 most important beginner topics. If you learn them, if you learn them, you will be able to deploy your code in production. You will not become a developer, but you will be able to deploy some code into production. You will not become a developer, but you will learn how to code, right? So you will be able to put some code into production. Let me put it into the notes. Okay, so there are 12 most important topics. If you learn option 1, you learn on your own. Each topic 20 hours. 20 hours. 12 by 20, 240. 240. Option 2. You get some help or course. Which makes each topic at least half, I would say even more. So like for each topic you would need, 10 hours. I think 10 hours is reasonable. If you spend 10 hours on each of the topics, you will get there. 120 hours. $120. $120 divided by 30, just 4 hours a day for 30 days. That's it. That's like 4 hours a day for 30 days and you're done. Or it's 2 hours a day for 60 days. Or 120 divided by 84, 120, 84, not 94. 1.5. 1.5 hours a day for 90 days. For 12 weeks. That's it. That's all you need. If you put in the hours, if you put just 1.5 hour every day, every single day, for 12 weeks, just 12 weeks, you will be able to get there. Like 1.5 hour is not much. It's like usually you finish your job around 5, right? You work 9 to 5, you finish your job at 5, at 6:30, you extend your working day till 6:30 and you're done. And then on Saturday you wake up at 10, let's say, till 11:30 you do your homework, and then you go get food and chill out the whole day. Nice. The same on Sunday. You wake up, you get some coding, and then you go proceed with the Sunday, with normal Sunday. So it's not much. It's possible, and those are real numbers. Like, those are the numbers that I see. It's just the problem that people don't put the hours in. That's the biggest problem. There is nothing really between usually people who want to learn how to code and actually being developers. There's just putting in hours. That's it. What happened? Why is it bold now? Being developer, between now and you being developer, are only 120 hours that you need to put hours of work that you need to put in. It's a very mechanical process. I know it because I've seen so many people going from no coding skills to writing code in this time, and even less, and even less. I've never seen anyone who spent so much time and didn't learn how to code. It has nothing to do with your IQ, intelligence, or whatever you think that prevents you. It's just putting in the hours. Nothing to do with IQ or motivation. It's just discipline. Like, do you have enough discipline to put in the hours? That's it. Already next month. So if we go back to the question, so how to deploy? So how to deploy the code already next month? Just study for 120 hours. That's it. And I say that's it. It's not easy. It's the hardest part is actually putting in the hours. That's the hardest part. I make it sound easy. It's not easy. It's the biggest problem in life in most people. Not that they cannot do anything or cannot do something. The biggest problem is that they cannot do it over a long period of time, consistently. That's the biggest problem. almost everyone can be a developer. Almost everyone can create really good content, but you need to put hours. I think it was a good secret one. Let's see if I can do the secret too. How to start with Salesforce development without any previous knowledge. And here I'm gonna say one thing. Everyone is self-taught. Is a self-taught developer. There's this whole thing on the internet like, oh, I am a self-taught developer, blah blah. Well, everyone is self-taught. Like, you don't go to university. It's very rare. At least, I don't know, maybe in US it's a little bit different, but here in Europe, if you go to university, you don't learn how to code. They already expect you to know how to code. That's the first thing. And the second thing, they don't even offer you any coding classes. At my university, which is the best technical university in Germany, they had almost zero. We had 2 programming classes for the whole bachelor, and one of them was functional programming. So we didn't really have any like, we didn't have too much of the coding stuff. You're just expected already to be able to code, and the whole coding that I learned on the side. Like, in the university, the whole university is mostly like math, algorithms, and all of this stuff. Like low-level programming, maybe if you're lucky, but it's just theory. So there's no such thing as not self-taught. You have to self-educate yourself into coding. You need to learn how to code, and no one's gonna help you. Like, no university can help you. University can help with other things. University can help you with algorithms, for example. This is the best. University or college, the best place to learn algorithms if you want. But do you really need algorithms as a developer? Till you are a senior developer, you don't need those things. You can be a really good with a high salary developer without ever writing a single algorithm. So you don't need those things. So this myth is around, I am self-taught. Everyone is self-taught. Everyone is self-taught. Everyone at some point didn't know how to code. And me including. And even if you go to the university, you still won't learn how to code there. Because they teach you computer science. So it's science. They teach you science, not programming. Computer science, not programming. Yeah. So they teach you programming, not programming. They teach you computer science. So they teach you computer science. I learned how to code as, I think I was 16 or 17 years old. High school teenager. high school teenager. You think high school teenager? Do you think you have? Do you think you have? Do you think you have a little bit more knowledge and skills than me 10 years ago? You definitely do. You definitely do, because you are working in the Salesforce ecosystem anyway. Salesforce already. If I could do it without any programming skills, you can do it too. Now the problem is that most people approach it wrong. Like, the problem is that most people, they do the wrong thing. First, they try to make a shortcut. So they try to make a shortcut by immediately going and trying to learn the concepts that they gonna try to apply immediately for the coding. This is the first problem. The second problem is that people heavily underestimate the practice component. So here is the framework that I used to learn coding. First, read, watch, theory. Second, practice. And third, build a small project. Now the problem is that people underestimate exactly the part with the practice. Wait. Is it a new slide or something, or did I overwrite something? Okay, so here's the framework that I used to read, watch, theory, then practice, and then build a small project. Now the problem is that the practice part, people mess up with it. Like, practice, it doesn't mean go and solve 3 tasks. It's not practice. Go and solve 100 tasks. This is practice. Like, so many times when my students go to me and they say, sometimes, so what I do is mentoring one-to-one with people, right? So they go to me and they say, hey, I kind of, I'm stuck on this topic. I don't know what to do with this topic. Can you explain for me more this topic? I explain them again the topic, and they see that they still don't understand. And what we do is I take, let's say they solved five exercises so far to this topic. Let's say we're learning loops and they stuck on loops, they can't understand how they work, they solved already 5 tasks, they still can't understand. What in these cases you need to do, and it works all the time. I haven't had a single case where it didn't work. This is surprisingly how well it works. Like, it works all the time. What you basically do is give 10 times more tasks to target exactly this topic. If you try to solve 5 tasks on loops, you still don't understand them, the problem is not in the theory that you read. The problem is in the amount of exercises that you've done. And you don't need to do 5 exercises, you need to do 50 exercises to loops to understand loops. And it works 100% times, like all the time. So whenever you feel like you're stuck on one of the topics in coding, you need to go and practice 10 times more this topic, and it's gonna work. I promise you, it's gonna work. It works all the time, it's gonna work. Here's the framework that I used to learn coding. Practice, build small projects, watch theory. Most people approach it wrong. How much practice do you need? 80% of practice. So 120 by 80%, 96 hours of practice. So let's say if solving one exercise takes you 30 minutes, you need to solve almost 200 tasks in this time. And 200 tasks is not huge. 200 tasks is possible to solve. So this is the amount of time you need. 80% is 96 hours multiplied by 30 minutes per task. Approximately 200 tasks. So you need to solve at least 200 tasks. If you have ever solved less than 200 tasks, you didn't try strong enough. Like you do need to put in a lot of practice. Coding is such a thing, like it's such a beautiful thing to learn, because you can get almost infinite amount of practice as soon as you go through the first beginner's topics. Because you don't need, so for example, to get a good at medicine, like to get a good doctor, it's hard to get a lot of practice, or to get, no, this is not a good example, but to do, I don't know, operations on liver or something, or on operations on heart, you don't wanna your doctor to be practicing on you, right? You wanna already have a lot of experience. And so it's really hard to practice. But with the programming, you can practice all the time. You can just come up with new exercises, with the new projects all the time. So it's much easier to practice with programming. I want to make a break. I think it's actually enough for today's stream. Like, I've been streaming for what, 4 hours minus the break of 45 minutes. Yeah, around 4 hours. Let's see what's on Twitch. Yeah, guys, so thank you everyone for sticking for that long. I'm gonna be finishing today. I'm gonna try to finish at least the structure of the webinar. I have 6 more hours of work time, so it seems to be great for me. And tomorrow I will be streaming exactly at the same time, to the day number 34. So I will be streaming, and y'all, I hope you finished your UI. Did you finish your UI? By the way, are you working? You're working full time on your project? I don't think so, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't do it on weekend. Tomorrow is Sunday, mate. Yeah, I will be working no matter what. Sunday, Saturday. Yes, I finished it for now. Is it already in production? Office is software too. Nice. Nice. Sure, check it out. I mean, go next time, tomorrow or Monday, whatever. I'm streaming every day, and send me and send me the link. Send me the link. Alright, good. I think it was good for today. See you everyone tomorrow. Bye bye.